recipient of Young Teachers Career Award from AICTE, New Delhi, and silver medal for his research from ISCAS. Professor Bhattacharya has published more than 120 papers in refereed journals of high repute. He has 4 book chapters to his credits, 2 patents to his credits, and is a member of editorial board of several journals, including Journal of Material Science, Material for Electronics, Springer, and High Performance Polymers. His area of research include polymer electrolyte, dye-sensitized solar cells using polymer electrolytes, quantum dot sensitized solar cells, ion beam irradiation effects on polymer electrolytes, etc. He is a life member of several statutory bodies like Indian Physics Association, Indian Society for Technical Education, Indian Solid State Ionic Society, Varanasi, Indian Society for Radiation and Photochemical Sciences. He is potential referee for many journals published by ACS, Elsevier, Springer, Royal Society, and Institute of Physics. He has completed 7 research projects worth approximately 1 crore and established materials research laboratory at Sharda University. He has supervised 11 research scholars for their PhD, and 5 are continuing their PhD with him. Presently, he is working as the professor of physics at Varanasi. So with that brief introduction, we invite you to session this chair.
Thank you, Dr. Venus. It is not brief, it is too much. Thank you for elaborating my everything. It's very nice to see all my colleagues once again, especially in such a vibrant academic forum. Again, all the departments together, physics, chemistry, mathematics, the great scientists. Coming back to the job assigned to me, this is session 1A. We have 2 plenary talks in this session. The first one is by Professor Kannan Varlikli. Is she there? Professor Kannan?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, yeah. So nice. Good morning, Professor Kannan.
Good morning to you as well, Professor Bhattacharya.
Thank you. To all the audience, let me briefly introduce Professor Kannan. Professor Kannan received her BSc and MSc degree from Dokuz Eylül University, Izmir in 1995 and 1998, respectively. She has been awarded with NATO A2 scholarship, completed some part of her PhD thesis in Professor Dr. C.S. Hooter's laboratory in University of California at Los Angeles during 2001-2002 and obtained her PhD in 2003. She held postdoctoral research position in Imperial College London in the electronic materials section and University of Patras, Greece. She acts as the molecular photonics research group leader since 2005 and is a full professor at Izmir Institute of Technology, Department of Photonics since 2016. Her research interests comprise photonic materials and their application in heterogeneous photocatalysis, dye-sensitized solar cells, organic photovoltaics, organic LEDs or LEDs that we shortly call. She is the supervisor of around 20 graduate students for their thesis and served as an inventor in 3 patents. She is the author of more than 50 international publications and has supervised 30 graduate theses so far. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Kannan Varlikli. Professor Kannan, you have 30 minutes for your presentation. It's over to you.
Hello.
Yeah, Professor Kannan, please start.
Okay, I had a problem with my internet connection, and sorry for that if I caused a problem. And I'm sharing my screen. I hope all is good.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for the nice introduction, Professor Bartakaria, once again. So I'm coming from Izmir, Turkey, Izmir Institute of Technology in Department of Photonics. So in my outline, I will try to introduce you ISTEC and Department of Photonics at first, and then introduce our research group with a brief history of the OLEDs, organic light emitting diodes, or you may say devices. The white light emitting, organic light emitting diodes versus LEDs is going to be compared. And I will introduce the wallet architectures to you and brief history of our efforts on approaching the stability of the wallets. And according to the roadmaps published, the R&D topics that we need to focus on. And we'll end with thank you. So I'm here in Turkey, and it's approximately 5,000 kilometers away where the symposium is set to be held. And if we come closer to Izmir, which is the third biggest city regarding the population, of course, of Turkey. I'm from Izmir, and approximately 1,500 kilometers of that 500 kilometer is within Turkey. So if I come more closer, this is Izmir. We've got like 10 universities in Izmir, and ISTEC is at the western end of Izmir, is located at the western end of Izmir. So according to the Higher Education Council, within the 130 governmental universities, ISTEC is succeeded in becoming in the first 5 in the list regarding the research university list. And actually, ISTEC is quite a small university with approximately 5,000 undergraduate and 1,500 graduate students and approximately 200 faculty members. So regarding our department, we established Photonics Department of Photonics in ISTEC at the UNESCO World Light Year in 2015, and first started offering MSc degrees in photonics science and engineering, and then PhD degrees have come. And recently, we are offering BSc degrees in our department as well. So our main objectives are training individuals as qualified human resources for photonics industry and providing skillful researchers who could conduct scientific research. And as we all know, photonics is always in touch with other disciplines. It's a multidisciplinary research area with physics, chemistry, material science, electrical engineering, electronics engineering, and etc. So molecular photonics and photonics devices, quantum photonics and optical spectroscopy, biophotonics and medical photonics, laser engineering and integrating photonic circuits are our main research and education areas. And recently we have gained 2 new faculty members at the biophotonics and laser engineering areas recently in this year. And we are searching for national and international faculty members to work with us. And we're like 7 faculty now in our department, but of course we are getting support from our faculty members of ISTEC who work in different departments, as you may see their names and their departments as well. So we've got 8 research assistants, and with enormous support and efforts of them, and also our graduate and undergraduate students, we are conducting research on the topics that I have listed you. And last year, the we could publish SCI papers, more than 5 SCI papers per faculty members from departments of photonics. And each and every member of our department has an externally supported project. And with the help of those budgets, we are able to support more man-months than we gain from the government. And our group, Varlıklı Research Group, we've got a quote from John R. Wooden, who acted as a coach at UCLA, actually. We say, don't whine, don't complain, don't make excuses, just do the best you can. And it helps us, especially during those pandemics, as you can see, some of our members are wearing masks. So our former members, the BSc degrees, if we go back to their BSc degrees, come from physics, from chemistry, from material science, from electronic engineer, and some of them chose, like Gamze and Özlem, to live abroad at Europe, and also İlker and Saliha, they're living at Northern Cyprus. And some decided to go through the industry, and some decided to stay at the academic part of photonics research, like Çiğdem and Halide and Saliha. And we've got collaboration with Serdar Özçelik, especially with the quantum dot synthesis, and with Ilyas Tsatsatos and Ceylan Zafer regarding the photovoltaic applications, and Andrew Monkman from Durham University for the photophysical approaches, detailed photophysical approaches, and also Burak Gültekin regarding the supercapacitor applications, together with the Shirin, who is also a former member of our group now. And we also have collaboration within ISTEC with Muammer Mustafa Demir from Material Science and Engineering Department. He's acting as the Dean of the Engineering faculty as well nowadays. And with the electrospinning device that he has, we are trying to investigate the frequency conversion properties of the perylene diamide derivatives that Erkan has synthesized during his PhD. I'd like to send a special thanks to Professor Serdar Sarıçiftçi, who is actually celebrating his 60th birthday this year. And we name him as the father of organic photonics in our country, in Turkey. Okay, so the brief history of the white organic light emitting diodes. Electroluminescence from organic semiconductors are known approximately for 6 decades now, but as you can see, the turn-on voltages of them were quite high. And whenever people have introduced electron transfer and hole transfer layers in order to balance the charges at the emitting layer, it could first exceed the efficiency of it, could first exceed the tungsten filament lamps and then the fluorescent lamps. And approximately a decade ago, I would say, it also exceeded the 90 lumen per watt of efficiency with the device structure that I have summarized on the right up corner from Leo Group. It was the outcome of OLO project, which was supported at a framework program of 6. And by just changing the refractive index of the glass substrate that they have used, and by using lenses, they could exceed 120 lumen per watt of efficiency with the organic light emitting diode in white light. As you may see, they have introduced red, blue, and green colors and optimized the thicknesses of them. And they have used vacuum thermal evaporation while doing this with the phosphorescent iridium complexes. And the At the beginning of 2010, the situation between the OLED and the LED was an hexagon. And whenever we come to recent days, it became an octagon with the introduction of two different parameters. But the problems of OLEDs did not change. The problems are the same: efficiency, cost barrier, and lifetime. Regarding the cost barrier, we need to get rid of the vacuum deposition systems that Leo Group has used in this result while obtaining this result. And we need to go through the wet solution processed coatings. And it is not very difficult. I mean, it is quite easy actually while making the coatings through solution process, but the lifetimes are dramatically low. So therefore, recently at the FP7 and Horizon 2020 projects, people from the industry and the universities have come together with those budgets and tried to reduce the costs with the solution processed coatings. And as far, I mean, those were the targets when they have introducing the projects. As you can see, we will enlarge the area to 1 meter square, they said, and the efficiencies will exceed 100 lumen per watt with more than 100,000 hours of lifetime, and the costs will be quite low, they said. But they could end with application necessities. The situation was the same with the solid light project, and they, of course, they approached a lot, they found a lot, but regarding the cost barrier, using the solution process could not help us reach those targets that they wanted at the very beginning. So what are the architectural approaches in wallet architecture? You can use a stacked wallet. Actually, the OLA project report contains this. And I mean, similar to this, not exactly this. You may use a pixelated wallet, and this is also used in screen applications. You may use down conversion, which is quite efficient with the blue electroluminescence combining with the orange-red photoluminescence. You can get white light, but we're dealing with multiple dopants, mostly dealing with multiple dopants in single layer white light emitting diodes. And yeah, at the beginning of 2010s, İlker, who is working at Northern Cyprus now, Methe campus, İlker has utilized commercially available chemicals, organic semiconductors, in a single layer device. And by optimizing the concentrations, the dopant ratios, and also the structure, I would say, he could exceed 20,000 candela per meter square of brightness and 10 candela per ampere of efficiency, current efficiency. But as you may see, we had problems at the higher current values. We were losing the luminous efficiency, and also we had some leakage current problems as well. Nevertheless, İlker decided to enlarge the active area. Here it was 12 millimeters square, and he enlarged it to 21 centimeter square. And he also was succeeded, but the lifetimes were around 3 hours. That's not our problem. That's the problem of whole community nowadays. Okay, this lifetime problems actually are the low luminance at high current, as I said a few minutes ago, and efficiency losses with luminance increment. Actually, they are addressed with the red circles and ellipse and in the current density versus luminance efficiency curve in the slide. And the possible reasons for those can be many, but mainly charge imbalance, undesired energy in electron transfer processes happening within the materials at the emissive layer, and low electrochemical stability of the semiconductors, of the organic semiconductors that we utilize. And actually, the solution comes from the combination of material science and device engineering, which is photonics science. So those are some of the main approaches that are followed in literature, like introduction of new red or orange red emission materials with compatible triplet energy levels with the hosts, new blue phosphorescent emitters, but we are dealing with the last three, which are the production of bipolar hosts and blue fluorophores, forgetting about the phosphorescent materials, but focusing on the fluorescent materials, because phosphorescent materials has triplet annihilation problems, which fluorophores does not contain. And we are, especially for reducing the costs, we'd like to go through the ITO-free electrodes. And of course, we're dealing with the quantum dots and fluorophores, as I said. And quantum dots are quite good examples, and they have a great potential in electroluminescence as well as in solar energy conversion as well. So regarding bipolar hosts, actually, with this manuscript published in 2012, we have seen that they have utilized p-type hosts with the blue and orange red emitting iridium complexes. But in order to balance the charges at the emissive layer, they had to introduce an electron transport layer. But instead, if they could have used bipolar hosts, maybe they could just not only reduce the costs, but also increase the efficiencies. So the ideal host has to have high band gap, a high triplet energy level, high glass transition temperature, because we're applying annealing processes while constructing the devices. And for the wet process, they need to have high solubility and, of course, a bipolar structure. So I cannot get rid of this. Okay, so these molecules were synthesized by Saliha. Saliha is acting as a lecturer at Northern Cyprus now. And Fatih has utilized them in hole-only and electron-only devices. As you may see, those structures has acceptor units and also donor units. Saliha has introduced 1, 2, and 3 donor units as the fluorenyl substituents in the structure. And with the introduction, with the increment in the number of the donor units, we have recognized different photophysical properties. And with the 2, I'm sorry, not fluorenyl, but carbazole, 2 carbazole containing structure, we could reach approximately the same electron and current, electron and hole currents in the hole and electron-only devices. And this work is published in Dyes and Pigments 3 years ago, and you may just go to that for the details if you'd like to, and you may freely ask me questions through emails as well. And as I said, we're also trying to get rid of the ITO, so P.PSS is a good alternate. And with changing the ratio between the P-dot and the PSS units, we may just change the conductivity of it as well. So again, Fatih has optimized the already published procedures in literature, and he said, if we anneal the coating, the conductive grade coating at 250 degrees Celsius and apply sulfuric acid vapor and then the oxygen plasma, we can reach more than 95% of optical transparency with quite good conductivity. And then he has introduced the graphene oxide and the modified graphene oxide derivatives in his layer, in his coating. They were synthesized by Halide Diker during her PhD, and she's acting as an assistant professor in Solar Energy Institute now. And whenever he introduced the MGOs, the modified graphene oxide dispersions, or he utilized them, he has just lost some of the optical transparency, but could increase the conductivity of his coatings. And then he applied them in blue light emitting diode, again, a commercially available fluorenyl derivative this time, ADS-231BE, if I'm not wrong. And as you may see, he could just increase not only the efficiencies, but also he found out that the full-fitted half maximums of the blue LEDs were decreasing as well, which is a very good finding, especially if you consider the color purity, the importance of color purity in OLEDs. And Hakan has utilized the MGOs, MGO-PSS composites, but not the conductive grade this time, the non-conductive one, as the whole transport alternate. And again, he couldn't get rid of the leakages, as you can see at the IV curves, not the IV, but the current density to current efficiency curves. He couldn't get rid of the leakages, but he could just approach quite good stabilities. And of course, he just had to play with the morphology, the dopants, and etc. And as I said, we are interested in fluorophores rather than the phosphorescent materials recently. And Erkan has focused on the perylene type of materials. Perylene diamides, perylene tetraesters. Those kind of materials has very high photoluminescence quantum yields in solution phase. But because of the planar structure, they had a problem with the pi stacking and aggregation as a result. Most of the times, in order to get rid of those aggregates, people are trying to deteriorate the ring plane by bulky substituents, which Erkan has also did that. They are introducing the dye, the perylene dye, in a host matrix and try to utilize the dye in low concentrations. Utilizing the dye in a host matrix mostly used in frequency down conversion architectural approach, and the low concentrations for the electroluminescence. Actually, you're seeing the results what Volkan has reached by using the low concentrations of perylene diamide and perylene tetraester derivatives. Those were synthesized by Erkan during his PhD. And this is the device architecture that Volkan has constructed. he has utilized two different hosts, the PBK-PPD and PBK-OXD7. And whenever you look at the energy levels, you may see that PBK-PPD actually is acting very good. So by changing the dopant concentration again, with the orange, red, and the green emitting devices, he could fulfill the visible region. And with the applied voltage, the CRI values were able to be changed. And as you can see, with increasing of the PTE dopant ratio, the green emitting behavior was increasing. And likewise with the PDI, the orange red emitting was increasing, and optimizing the dopant ratio at low concentrations allowed obtaining the white light. Again, Shahika has this time utilized the quantum dots, and she optimized the concentration, the absorptions of the quantum dots, and also optimized the host matrix. And as you can see with the quantum dots, we're not seeing any leakages, and the stabilities are quite good. But changing the OXD7 to PBD also allowed the stability as well. Okay, and those quantum dots were green emitting and were supplied by Serdar Özçelik group in ISTEC. And yeah, the R&D topics, actually, I'm saying the last 5 from Bartakarya. So those are the research topics that are mentioned in roadmaps. The materials research, which is actually has the potential of lowering the costs more than 90% or approximately 90%. Light extraction, that's playing with the optics, and it is very much important. Manufacturing of flexible substrates, forgetting about the glass substrates and playing with the flexible ones. These 3 topics are actually for the academics, I would say. And the last 2 are for the industry, the luminar development and manufacturing R&D. And yes, I like ending my presentations by looking at the history of science at those days. So as far as I could reach, in July 1816, Fresnel lenses were introduced, which we are using in lighthouses, in art, in solar energy conversion, photovoltaics, or concentrated photovoltaics. And yeah, and this is a picture from our Republic Day celebrations, which we have utilized Fresnel lenses during the night. And thank you very much for your attention and time. But I'd like to give a special thank to Sync family. We had great time, not only scientifically, but also regarding the human relations, and I feel very grateful for knowing them, for having the opportunity of hosting them here. And yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kannan, especially finishing well within time. Thank you so much. If there is any question? Any question from the other participants? I have a query.
Please.
What's about the stability when you use cadmium selenide quantum dots?
I cannot hear you, Professor Bartakarya.
My query was about the stability of the devices when you use cadmium selenide quantum dots.
Yes. But with the cadmium selenides and zinc sulfide core shell structure, the stability were quite good actually. I passed that quickly in order to make the time management, but actually those curves addresses the stability was enhanced with the PBK PPD host. As you may see, with the increase in the luminance, PBK OXD7 host matrix has shown decrements in the current efficiency. But with the PBK PPD, almost all of the devices that were constructed were quite stable. So although the luminance was increased, the current efficiencies were quite stable. They were not changing.
I can see one more query in the chat box. Is that? It says that which one is better, organic based LED or inorganic based LED in terms of quantum yield?
In terms of quantum yield, you mean the external quantum efficiency? Well, the quantum yield, if you're asking the photoluminescence quantum yield, organic semiconductors has a great potential. I mean, for example, the parylene dyes that I have introduced to you here has approximately photoluminescence quantum yields of approximately unity. But whenever you apply them in the devices, the coating processes are very well known with the inorganic semiconductors. As I said, I mean, we're using LEDs like what, 7 decades approximately now in the signals and etc. And the decoding processes of the inorganic semiconductors are very well known. And with the organic semiconductors, if you focus on wet process, especially, the vacuum is also known better, I would say. Optimizing the morphology becomes quite difficult. So I cannot choose one over another, but regarding the research, I like organic semiconductors more because they have more problems to be answered. And we are willing to work with both national and international undergraduate and graduate students in order to solve those problems. Professor Bhattacharya, do we have any other question?
Professor Bhattacharya, if you permit, I can put one question. Ma'am, you have shown that you are using the PBK as one of the host material in this ZNS CD sample. If I change the PBK with the PFO or other polymeric materials, so what changes we can expect?
Well, PBK is a very well known P-type semiconductor and also a host, but it has problems with the triplet energy level. The compatibility of it is not very well. And as I said, it's a P-type semiconductor like the PFO that you have addressed. And you need to compare their whole mobilities if it's what you need. For example, using just the PVK would not allow us to reach those efficiency values because it would be whole dominant, but we need to balance the number of the electrons in the emissive layers. So we had to introduce OXD7 in the host matrix in this specific example. So depending on the materials charge mobilities, depending on the materials that you will utilize in your MSO layer, the compatibility of them, you may decide changing PVK with PFO. Actually, we have tried that recently. I couldn't share the results with you here, but it has potential as well. But PFO also a very good blue emitter, but has a problem at the electrochemical stability. I mean, with the application of the current, you may change the structure of PFO. The fluorenyl link would result in ketone type of side products, I would say, and that would not have a good effect on the long-term stability of your device.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Kannan. Thank you very much for such a nice talk. We would definitely love to interact with you, and I'm sure many of other participants will also like to interact with you and listen a lot, but due to time constraint, we need to stop here. Thank you very much.
They are all very welcome. Thank you very much once again for inviting.
Let us move to the next talk. We are already delayed by 17 minutes. So the next talk is by Ms. Melissa Shin Han Shan from Malaysia. Professor Melissa will talk on low frequency dielectric relaxation and conductance of solid polymer electrolytes of PEO polyacrylates salt combination. Professor Melissa, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Melissa Chan. I would like, let me share my screen with you. Okay. I hope that you can see the screen. Yeah, I'm from Malaysia, University Technology Mara, not far from Kuala Lumpur. Today, I would like to share with you my talks on the low frequency dielectric relaxations and the conductance of solid polymer electrolytes with PEO and PMA and PMMA with salt. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Singh for the invitations and the nice introductions from Professor Bhattacharya. So here would be my outline of my presentations. I will talk about the two-component system, and then later on the multi-component system of polymer electrolyte. So those who work in this field, the lithium-ion batteries have a lot of motivations, mainly because of one of the driving forces is these automotive applications, especially those especially for the autonomous vehicles. And for that battery, of course, those vehicles will need a battery. For the constructions of battery, the basic concept is you have the anode, you have the cathode, and in between you have the electrolytes. And this lithium-ion battery actually capture roughly 37% of the revenue market. And in 2019, the Nobel Prize winner is in chemistry they are working on the lithium-ion battery, where the basic constructions of the lithium-ion battery is that you have the carbonaceous anode, and you have the lithium cobalt oxide as the cathode, and you have in between you have the liquid polymer electrolytes. And these now a lot of work has been working on this improvement of these non-aqueous liquid electrolytes that's flammable to make it like a solid polymer electrolyte, where you have the polymer and salt, and where it is non-volatile with the improvement of the safety. Yeah. So of course, a lot of studies have been made on the study on the ion transport in these electrolytes. And the application, one of the applications that for the solid polymer electrolyte is on the flexible electronics. Now let us look at the two component system on the impedance study. So one of the best candidates, one of the very popular candidates for the solid polymer electrolytes are the polyethylene oxide and lithium salt. So the general idea is when the salt dissolves in the PEO, especially high molar mass, the PEO actually is a semi-crystalline polymer. At room temperature, it's crystallized, and the salt actually disperses in the amorphous region, and this is the regions that actually contributing to the conductivity. And a lot of effort has been made to improve the, let's say, the charge carrier densities and the mobilities of the salts. So there are a lot of, in the literature, you can find a lot of contributions to the dynamics of the charge transport in the frequency region using like universal dielectric response. If you look at the double logarithmic plot of the conductivity versus frequency, these are the under UDR, they are studying at a higher frequency region. For our studies, of course, I did some studies on the UDR, but mainly I focus on the lower frequency region, the conducting part and the ohms resist. So the idea is we focus on the DC conductivity below the UDR, where the conductance is independent of the, let's say, frequency in that region, as well as a slightly beyond that. And for the conductivity mechanism in polymer electrolyte, of course, we can look at it from the point of view of molecular point of view, or in a phenomenological point, that in terms of the linear response theory using the thermodynamics aspect, that this is what we are looking at. These are some of the publications that we have. So now let us, before we dwell into that, let us look at the concept that for our work. So for strong electrolytes, for example, sodium chloride in water at very low concentration, we observe, the salt, this NaCl actually have a dissociation, full dissociations, and we have free ion. But at higher concentration, we observe separated ion pairs or even contact ion pairs. So if we have the strong or solid polymer electrolyte, even though we add a small amount of salt into the polymers in a solid state, so most likely we ended up with situations of a separated ion pairs and contact ion pairs. So how did we, for us, we look at this situation of the polar polymers and the salt is actually in a very extreme complex situation. So especially in terms of the interaction, you have molecules, you have particles, you have dipoles, quadrupoles, and so on a molecular level. So, well, we try to put that aside, and we address this situation by not focusing on ion, dipole, supermolecular structures, and so on. We actually make impedance measurements where an electric field was applied to the dielectric material, and then we have this, we study this dielectric behavior as a fluctuation and dissipations manner. So we look at this conductivity as a relaxation process where you have the conductivity that in proportional to the diffusion coefficient and the effective charge density. Please bear in mind, this is effective charge density or effective salt content. It is not the amount of salt that you add in, but the effective concentrations that work, that contribute to the conductivity. And these diffusion coefficients, if you look at it carefully, it could be correlated to the maximum frequency for the imaginary part of the impedance that also correlates to the dielectric relaxations. And this quantity can be related to the combinations effect of the segmental motion of the polymers and the interactions of polymer change with salt molecules or more. So when we put the dielectric materials in between of the two electrodes, when we apply electricity as sinusoidal potential into this dielectric material, the dipolar entity in this material start to orientate. Yeah. For those young researcher, if you want to know some educational materials on this part, you may scan this QR code. Yeah. And then you can get these materials for teaching purpose, as well as maybe as a reference. And then after is this dielectric material oriented, yeah. So those who follow the Debye relaxation, you can observe that dipolar entity actually align in the same manner. But you can see that those deviate from the Debye relaxations, they do not have a very well alignment. And then, of course, in this, if you have the Debye relaxations, you have one relaxations time, and if it's deviations from the Debye relaxations, you have a distributions of the relaxations time, and the relaxations time measure from the impedance would be only an average value. Yeah, so typically after the impedance studies, what we have is the Nyquist plot, where we have the imaginary part of the impedance and the real part of the impedance. If you look at this figure, then you will immediately notice that we don't see frequency. Yeah, frequency is hidden in this plot. That's why I would not spend a lot of time to discuss about this plot. Instead, we extract those values and then we look at the bot plot. For example, the impedance versus the frequency, that we can extract a lot of informations. Yeah. So if you have this Nyquist plot, you do not see frequency first, as well as if there is a depressed semicircle, because we normally will see only this part, but not this part. Yeah. So that if we have a depressed semicircle, it tells us that it deviates from the Debye relaxations. But if you have the plot, we can see it very clearly. For example, for this plot, yeah, this is the imaginary part of the impedance, and this is the maximum of the imaginary part, and this is the real part, the cross, and the maximum. You see that it is depressed from the RB, the bulk resistance, divided by 2. This is the point here. Yeah, this is the point. Okay, we see that it has a depressions that tells that weight from Debye. It tells us we in our system we have heterogeneity. So, for example, in PEO and salt, where does the heterogeneity come from? We have only one polymer and one type of salt. If you look at the PEO at, let's say, room temperature, we have crystal. Yeah, we have salt that disperse in the amorphous region, and maybe we have something like iron pay, yeah, for the salt. All these are heterogeneity that make it deviate from the ideal case. So if we, because for film processing in the industry, a lot of time you have to melt the polymer and then cool it down, and then you prepare film. So in the modern state, you will find that the salt actually disperse in the PEO melt. When you try to cool down the polymer, actually this PEO start to crystalline. Under the polarizing optical microscope, you can see the crystal, PEO crystal, and the salt actually disperse in the dark region. It start to crystallize. So for us, in this schematic diagrams, you can see that let's say for this PEO with, let's say, 12% of salt, we have crystal. Yeah, we have crystal here. And we have the amorphous phase where the lithium salt disperses in the amorphous phase. And we also have the interfacial region here, where this interfacial region is not the same as the crystal and the amorphous phase. And we have and also the rejection of salt, also a phase separation. We have the ion pair, things like that. We have all this in this just a two-component system. And for us, for our study, we see this as in an integral way under relaxations appearing in impedance spectroscopy. So, of course, from the impedance result, we can extract a lot of quantities, but due to time constraints, I would just limit my discussions to impedance and as well as the modulus. Yeah, so for impedance, the real part of the impedance basically represent the ohmic resistance. Yeah, and the imaginary part basically related to the relaxations, the dipolar entity, the relaxations of the dipolar entity due to the local motion, for example, like local vibrations, things like that, local rotations. And the imaginary part of the modulus or the loss modulus, mainly it's due to the flow of the charge entity, which means it's a non-local motion. Okay. Just before that, I discussed about the two-component system. Now let us look at the multi-component system. We will start with PMA, PEO, and PMA. PEO and PMA. PMA is polymethyl acrylate, where PEO, the TG is around -60 degrees Celsius. Yeah, and this PMA, the TG is around 10 degrees Celsius, both are high molar mass. If we have a blend of this, you can find that we have one TG that's a compositional dependence, is TG and the weight fractions of the PEO. This blend is miscible. Miscibles in a sense that whether they are in a molten state or if we actually look at let the film actually measure, at the room temperature, the miscibility is actually in the amorphous phase because the PO actually crystallizes. So now, if this is a different blend composition, we add salt into it, and then we measure or we estimate the TG versus the mass fractions of the salt. Okay, let us look at the TG variations. Yeah, for PEO itself. Of course, and we add more and more salt, the TG increase because salt actually have good interactions with PO from a lot of study. But up to a certain extent, we see that the TG actually decrease because we start to see that the phase separations from the salt from the salt from the polymer. And if we add more and more PMA into the PO, but PO still in excess, we also observe that the TG of the PO in the blend actually slightly higher than the pure PO with only salt, which means this could be not bad for conductivity. Yeah, but on the other hand, for PMA, if you add more and more salt, it seems that we have lower and lower TG. The salt doesn't really like PMA. Yeah. So now let's look at before we actually go into the blends, the look at the dielectric. So let us see how these just a PO and the PMA with salt, all these impedance the plot, the impedance of plot. Now with for PO with a low concentration of salt, if you look at this, the maximal value of the imaginary part and the cross, they are very close to each other. Then we can imagine that they are very close to divide because it's, less heterogeneity, yeah, more towards more homogeneous system. As soon as we have more and more salt into it, you see that the cross and the maximal actually is there is a distance. Yeah, we can see that it is deviate from the divide relaxations. Okay, then how about PMA? For PMA, we need to add rather higher amount of salt. Then only we start to see develop the percolation path, even let's say a low concentration of salt. And then even a low concentration of salt is, we already start to see deviation from the divide relaxation. Not to say high concentration of salt, we see that it's quite far. Even though it is an amorphous polymer, it has no crystal. So it just tells that this is not really a good candidate for if we want to use it as a polymer host. Yeah. Then now let us look at blends. Yeah. Here is the 80-20 blends with different concentration of salt. This one is only PO with different concentration of salt. From this figure, if you look at it carefully, you can see that the imaginary part minimal, the maximal, and the cross in all cases is actually having a higher value than the PO, which means you have a higher conductivity for this system. Yeah, which means if you add PMA into the PO small amount, yeah, then it can enhance the conductivity. And but will that be good that if you keep on adding PMA into the PO, will the conductivity become higher and higher? No, it is not the case, because don't forget, conductivity is not controlled by only the polymer itself and the concentration of the salt. It's also controlled. A lot of times the morphology is also governed the conductivity. For this is 80-20 blends. This is 50-50. 50-50, we have a phase separations of PO and PMA in the amorphous phase. Yeah, and that's why we have introduced more and more heterogeneity, and that's why we can find that the conductivity of this 50-50 is really, really bad. You see, if from this figure, you see that there's a lot of heterogeneity. Of course, I did not go into details to explain the result of this quantity. If you want, you can look at our publication. So now let us go through the this modulus, or the imaginary part of the modulus. Yeah, is that indicates of the long range motions of the change. Or we can imagine that it is something like hopping, iron hopping from one side to the other, because it's long range in this sense. Okay, now let us to look at the PO. Yeah, this is the loss modulus versus frequency. If the low salt concentration of PO, yeah, this is the maximum value. And below that, this is the low frequency region. Above it is a high frequency region. You can see that this curve is not symmetry. The high frequency region is with a higher value here. That tells us that this system, of course, we do not rule out the contributions of the conductivity of this system is contributing by both short range and long range. Yeah? But it seems that the short range motions actually is dominant. It tells us that it is dominance. Yeah, we cannot rule out that this short range is actually in fact dominant as compared to the long range by looking at this. But maybe this figure is not that clear. Now let us look at we try to plot this one with the reduced quantities. Now this is the open marker is the loss modulus. Yeah, the reduced. This is the reduced quantity, and this one is the imaginary part of the impedance. Yeah, the solid marker. Yeah, this one solid marker, you can imagine that is local motion. This open marker is the long range. Yeah, so and for low concentration of salt, these two curves actually superimpose quite well. So that tells us that okay, not bad. The conductivity mainly is contribute quite a lot from the local motion, but we cannot rule out the long range motion. It is contributing. But now, if we increase the concentration of salt in it, we see that these two curves, the local motion and the long range motion curve, you see the disparity, yeah, and they are not overlapping so well. And we see that basically you have this really dominant, the conductivity of this system dominant by the local dielectric relaxations. So now This is a curve of the conductivity versus salt concentration. If you add more and more salt into the PO, we observe higher conductivity. Yeah, but in the case that you add small amount of PMA into the PO, the conductivity increase due to like this PMA doesn't like the salt. All the salt will go into the PO, and PMA is actually forming a homogeneous phase with the PO, not so much of heterogeneity in the system, then it can improve the conductivity. But in the case that it has, let's say 50-50, it actually have a phase separations from the system, and then you can find that the conductivity is really bad as compared to the PO. And these are the polarizing optical microscope that for the system. And of course, we can actually, this from the impedance, Z prime and Z double prime versus frequency plot, we can actually correlate this result with the morphologies. Okay, now let us look at the other system, the PO with the PMMA, where PMMA is with a high salt content, high TG. And this system is a miscible system. And with a low concentration of salt, this PEO and PMMA, and with the salt is all miscible. But as soon as you have a higher concentration, higher concentration of salt, it will prompt to some extent some phase separation. But in the case that you have a PEO in excess, in even at higher concentration of salt, you still see that there's one phase. Okay, so from this plot, you can see that, okay, again, PEO, the salt actually like to PEO more than like the PMMA, even though PMMA still have some interaction with the salt. But whatever salt that interact with PMMA, it wouldn't work because PMMA has very high TG. It lost its mobility somehow with PMMA for solid polymer electrolyte. For 50-50 blends, again, if this is TG versus the salt concentration, you see that 50-50, you have a co-continuous structure, it wouldn't work. You have phase separations, the conductivity is really bad because, yeah, the percolation path, there's a lot of disturbance. Now, for PO and PMMA system, when we add the PMMA into the PO and add salt, the conductivity is worse than the PO with the salt. It didn't work because first, even the salt actually in the amorphous phase of PO and the PMMA is okay somehow to some extent, it still have a little bit of interaction with the salt. Yeah, but once the salt actually go into it, it actually didn't work. It is not a good host. So, which means that the salt solubility in PMMA is actually like, we are losing it. So it will not work. And this can be reflected in this impedance plot that you can look in the details in these publications. Now, let us look at these reduced quantities here. This is the red color is the 50-50. Yeah, you see that this is, yeah. You have a co-continuous morphologies. Yeah, it's very bad. There's a lot of heterogeneity. You can see that this one is the local motion. This one, the open marker is the long range motion. There's a disparity. Didn't work. And on the other hand, even though you have 75% of PMMA, you have a lot of PMMA, less amount of PEO. Yeah, and then you see that because now your morphology shifts to the PO actually in the dispersed phase and the matrix is PMMA, you see that the disparity is not so obvious. It's like it have a superimpose. Even the 70, this 25, 75 PO and PMMA blends has a higher conductivity with the PO and PMMA blend at 50-50. Yeah. So now we look at just a quick comparison. I'm coming to the ends already. Yeah, for this PO, actually the conductivity of the multi-component system is better than the PO and PMMA with salt due to like the the morphologies, yeah, as well as the salt actually have slight interactions with the PMMA that make it didn't work well.
Sorry to interrupt, Professor Melissa.
Yes.
You
Yes.
have 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm going to end. Yeah, very soon. Yeah, and then the PO with the PMA. Then when we add when we add the PMA into it, it works rather well because the salt doesn't like a PMA, and this PMA actually reduce further the crystallinity of the PO, and that will enhance the conductivity. So the glassy PMMA in the blend set actually humble the relaxation, whereas the low content of the soft PMMA helps the relaxation. So I just now I checked the map, so where I think your Shada University is quite close to New Delhi, and I've been to New Delhi at least 2 times. I hope that next time I have chance to visit your university. And for some of my talk that I share with you just now, actually we have a project because I'm a member in the IUPAC for polymer derivations. We have a project that actually an educational project that a lot of the characterizations techniques, actually we publish a lot of educational papers in it that you can extract some information for reference. Yeah, so the work that I presented just now mainly is from Suhaila. You are like this beautiful lady, yeah. And here are my collaborators. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Melissa. It was a really nice and elaborate description, especially for the beginners. It is an excellent talk. Thank you very much. Is there any question? We can have one quick question.
I have small questions.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Professor Melissa, it's very good lecture, really. We have got a lot of depth information about the impedance spectroscopy. Yeah, my question is, actually, when we mix PGO with PMMA, you told the glass transition temperature that is decreases. And one slide I have seen there is a weak interaction between salt and PMMA, and there is a strong interaction between PU and salt interaction. Then how that will increase the conductivity after adding PMMA?
Because sorry, I don't understand your questions. Can you repeat?
Yeah, sure. There is weak interaction between PMMA and salt.
Actually, that could be due to the misleading of the scale, because that figure, the scale for the PMMA is actually have a smaller scale. So you see that it's a big it's actually a wrong illustration. So I think I have to improve that in future. But in fact, we publish the results also in polymer testing. The interaction of PMMA with the salt, yes, there is, but definitely not as high as a PO and the salt. No, that is why it is actually very complicated to when we study, let's say, blends with the salt and contribute to the it is difficult to generalize whether adding PO, adding let's say PO and the salt, adding PMMA is good or bad. We have to control the compositions as well as the salt concentration. Because once it's having the phase separation, the whole thing didn't work. This is what we observe. So, and this phase separation situation, a lot of time maybe material scientists may sometimes didn't pay sufficient attention into it. And because I'm chemist, I'm not physicist, so a lot of your talk are actually very challenging to me. But I find it rather interesting for me to know that why certain composition it worked, certain composition it didn't work. It must be and we have a very systematic way to prepare the sample. It cannot be due to our sample preparation. It must be coming from other reason. Morphology, control of morphology is very crucial.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Melissa.
Thank you, Professor Melissa, once again. The next speaker is IP2, Professor Norazlina Liza Salim. Dr. Salim is from Integrated Chemical Biophysics Research Group, Faculty of Science, University Putra, Malaysia. She will be talking on development of NIO-SAM as a drug delivery system for lung cancer treatment. I will request you to keep an eye on the clock. Okay. Dr. Salim, please. We cannot hear you. Yeah, please. We cannot hear you.
I think if you can remove your earphones, that will help, Professor Salim. Dr. Salim, if you can remove your earphones, I think that can help. And join with audio. We cannot hear you. We have given the rights.
No,
Sorry.
Not yet. Can you hear us? Her voice is not coming.
Yeah, her voice is not coming.
Bolo kuch upai?
So shall we go to the next, sir, and take up the issue?
If she is available.
Yeah. Anna Maria Visco is there.
So.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So we can switch to IP3 okay, and then come back again to IP2. Huh?
Yeah. We request. Yeah, I'll connect with Dr. Salim on the chat.
Dr. Salim. So this talk is now by Professor Anna Maria Visco. Professor Anna is from Department of Engineering, University of Messina, and also associated with Institute for Polymers, Composites, and Biomaterials, Italy. She will be talking on the modified ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, new developments and applications. Professor Anna, my request is keep an eye on your watch. You have 30 minutes, including discussions.
Can you see my desktop?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation, and good morning to everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I thank the Congress organizer for inviting me, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. And today we are going to speak about the modified ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene, new developments and applications. Ultra-high is an engineering polymer that has a very special high molecular weight that is greater than 3 million grams per mole and very long chains. It has a modulus of elasticity compared to high-density polyethylene quite a little bit lower, but its tensile ultimate strength, it's higher. The impact strength is 5 times higher and the wear resistance is about 4 times higher. These properties depends on ultra-high microstructure. It is a semi-crystalline polymer, and it is composed by fully crystalline regions and fully amorphous regions interconnected between each other by tie chains. And in the amorphous region, the chains are interconnected with occasional crosslink or entanglements rather than proper chains folder. So ultra-high has a high wear resistance, toughness, durability, and biocompatibility. For its very high molecular weight, it is very high viscous polymer, so it cannot be processed by the common techniques of thermoplastics. It needs, for example, the hot press sintering as shown in the picture. And for its very special features, ultra-high molecular weight is expected to increase until 2025, regardless the COVID-19 problem. So about the ultra-high application, one important application is in high wear resistance, such as sport equipments, surfboard, snowboards, and ski, or in friction insulating pendula in civil engineering, because in bridges or generally in buildings, it represents the sliding parts that will come down the severe vibration of an earthquake, absorbing and damping the vibration energy. But the widest application that is from 1961 by Sir John Chenolly is in biomedical engineering, because ultra-high is the bearing material in shoulder processes or in hip processes or in knee, for example. So it is the bearing material that works with ceramic or metallic counterparts in total joint arthroplasty. But this material, during its use, suffers of biological, chemical, and mechanical degradation, as we can see from the pictures. In fact, it needs sterilization before implantation by, for example, gamma rays. During the in vivo contact, it can absorb lipids because it is immersed in the synovial fluid. And also it suffers dynamic loads for the tribofatic. All these causes give rise to macroradicals production, who give rise again to oxidative reaction and debris production, with an inflammatory reaction in the patient who suffers pains and who need another surgery. The degradation process generates new oxidative groups such as peroxide, hydroperoxide, carbonyl groups, and so on, with the chain scission, the formation of radicals, who give rise to new structural rearrangements. They form crosslinks, branched chains, double bonds, and so on. From the end of the 19th until today, the literature have deeply studied modification of ultra-high to overcome today's problems. For example, high cross-linked polyethylene is used followed by heating treatments, but the remelting causes the crystalline degree decreasing with a reduction in mechanical strength, toughness, and also it could occur the oxidation for lipids absorption. Free radical scavengers such as alpha tocopherol, that is the vitamin E, or polyphenols could be added, but there is the phenol loss, and phenol limits the cross-linking degree by irradiation. And again, Another possibility is the sterilization in inert atmosphere or in vacuum in order to completely eliminate the oxygen. But this is good for preventing the shelf oxidation, but not for the in vivo oxidation, because absorbed oxygen is very, very difficult to eliminate completely. The high vacuum is very difficult and also it is expensive. So what is my research group contribution to the study of biomedical grade ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene and the possible ways to improve its wear and mechanical resistance? We started by a case study of an explanted knee joint in a patient 70 years old after only 3 years after the implantation. You know that the common life of a prosthesis and the human body is ranging about 10, 15 years. And why they need to explant it after only 3 years? We started with the cobaltum, chromium, molybdenum femoral component, the ultra-high bearing plastic, and the plate base in titanium, aluminum, vanadium alloy. And we saw that, as you can see from the picture, there is silicon and titanium particles inserted within the polymeric part. And for the third body wear, they structured the polyethylene. But also we had an action also in the cobaltum, chromium, molybdenum that was softer than the titanium particles. This could be caused during the insertion of the prosthesis within the bone for cement debris or for surgical titanium-based cutters. So these causes adds to the other before mentioned as wearing problems and degradation problems of a prosthesis. So we decided to improve the surface hardness of the polyethylene. For example, by ion implantation, we used the hydrogen, helium, argon, and xenon ion at 300 keV energies, and we changed the color, typical milk white, from white to yellow, dark brown, light brown, and dark brown, with improving the heaviness of the ion and the irradiation dose. And the effect was this. We broke the carbon-hydrogen bond, leaving only carbon-carbons in the surface. So, as we can see from these same pictures, we changed the typical polyethylene surface, disordered, and a more ordered surface. This ordered surface, remember the graphite layers, and we had the confirmation by the Raman spectroscopy, because we checked the typical D line and the G line in the modified surface. We also obtained an improving in 76% in wear resistance after 62 hours of wear checked in a wear pin on disc apparatus. We had also that the surface roughness decreased with increasing the radiation dose. But the only problem of this irradiation is treatment was that we modified only 100 microns, so very, very thin surface. In order to improve the deepness of modified surface, we decided to modify with electron beam ultra high, both in vacuum and in air. And electron beam could be considered also a sterilizing process. We performed several conditions. We checked that the best one was the V2 irradiation. that was 100 kilogray irradiated ultra high under vacuum, and the vacuum was of 5 × 10⁻⁻⁷ millibar without irradiation and -6 millibar during the radiation, that was performed at 110 degrees centigrade and then annealed at the same temperature in order to give rise to the free radicals to recombine between each other to form double bonds or cross-link rather than give rise to the oxidative reactions. And we find that this situation, the V2 condition, was the better because the crystalline degree improved the melting temperature of the lamellar thickness as well. And we had an improvement of 64% of wear resistance and also in mechanical yielding and strength of this material. Also, we studied in 2010 that the free radicals formed during the electron beam irradiation give rise to double bonds and cross-link formation, and the annealing treatment was useful to reduce to less than 10% the starting amount. So we stabilized lots of free radicals. But the problem of the electron beam was that it was very expensive and very difficult. It was very difficult to obtain the high vacuum because, and it was very difficult to completely eliminate the oxygen because a little lower quantity of absorbed oxygen remains above the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene. So how can we increase the properties of the bulk polyethylene without irradiation? From the second decade of 2000, we start studying the nanocomposite made by ultra high mixed with carbon nanoparticles because carbon is itself a lubricant material. And it is a hard material because it can improve mechanical wear depending on filler type, size, shape, filler loading, filler matrix, dispersion, and interaction. And so we started to mix the ultra high with the carbon filler, nano order sides, with paraffin oil, that is a pharmaceutical grade oil. Why paraffin oil is important? Because it's plasticized and lower the typical high viscosity of ultra high matrix, favoring the CNF dispersion and avoiding its agglomeration within the polymeric matrix. By this way, the polymer filler interaction is very good. Furthermore, paraffin oil reduces the fusion defects, the ground boundaries of ultra high, thus improving its mechanical and physical performance. So we prepared nanocomposite by using the ball milling and mixing all the powder that changed the color from the typical white to gray, and then obtaining by manual hot press square sheet, and then by manual cutter we obtained the typical dog bone for tensile test. We mixed 0.5 CNF and 1.5 weight% of CNF. And we studied both tensile and wear tribological feature of this nanocomposite with and without, so before and after the degradation in SSF. What is SSF? It is the simulated synovial fluid composed by hyaluronic acid in a phosphate buffered saline solution, but without proteins. You know that synovial fluid could be extracted by the human body, but this is not allowed by law in many countries. Bovine calf serum contains protein, so it is a good alternative for this issue. But there is not in literature a full agreement concerning this last choice, because protein concentration changes and it could greatly change with dramatic effects the wear and other properties. So at this stage, we started studying ultra-high in simulated synovial fluid. And we had that with respect to pure UH, in the nanocomposite with 1% of carbon nanofiller, we had a 65% of wear resistance improvement, sorry. And during the degradation in biological media for 60 days, so in synovial fluid, pure ultra-high reduce its wear resistance of 61%, while the nanocomposite of half, about 35%. We had also an improvement in mechanical resistance of the nanocomposite compared to the pure materials. And we can see this in the same image of the pure UH, who suffers greatly of wear action compared to the nanocomposite. Why this difference? Because we can see that the nanocomposite surface is more homogeneous compared to the typical ultra-high pure surface that is wrinkled and with some irregularities. And this more homogeneous surface is retained during the 7, 28, and totally 60 days of aging in the synovial fluid. The aging, as we can see, but the ADX analysis caused a considerable increase in oxygen percentage during the 60 days from 6% to 40%. And we checked by F2IR that we produced alcohols and ethers. So the material suffers the oxidation, but after 60 days in SSF, there is a beginning oxidation. So it is at an early stage. Finally, the nanocomposite showed always a better higher crystalline degrees compared to the pure UH. This because carbon nanofiller acts as heterogeneous nucleating agent, and it facilitates the recrystallization of polyethylene. So this good result in our research give rise to another problem. Is this nanocomposite biocompatible? And about the cytotoxicity, what is the situation? About polyethylene, it is bioinert material. Paraffin oil is a mineral oil used in cosmetic and for other medical purposes, so it has a good compatibility with the human body. The problem could be for the carbon nanofiller, because it could be dangerous, because it could be migrate with the human body if it is not well anchored to the polyethylene surface. Graphite is known that it could contain dangling carbon bonds, highly reactive, and possible traces of residual catalysts, not good for the human body. Multi-wall carbon nanotubes are toxic if present in very high amount, and fullerene and single-wall carbon nanotubes are considered safer. Anyway, the literature needs a detailed and reasonable study about this aspect. So, with another research group of Italy as well, biological in particular, we test the bioactivity of this nanocomposite. And we checked that all the nanocomposites were bioactive, and the 1% CNF was the most bioactive of all. And about antibacterial, they do not have toxic effects, and they did not release any products that could damage the bacterial growth. Finally, about the cytotoxicity, cell damage, they induce the cell growth, especially the 1% nanocomposite. So this material could be safe from this point of view if the material has a very high wear resistance. So it is if it is very dispersed and well anchored to the polyethylene. We studied of the effect of a simulated synovial fluid within the polyethylene. And so we checked that synovial fluid diffuse in material with improving the temperature. And also with the with an ZPC FTER, we checked a soaked polyethylene in simulated synovial fluid at the body temperature of 37 degrees centigrade and aged at 8 degrees in order to simulate the aging. And we observed that SSA accelerate of another two, the oxidation of polyethylene, who produce oxidized groups and with a consequent decreasing on molecular weight for the degradation action. In the more recent times, we started to mixing graphite treated with the ball milling with high density polyethylene. We treated in the ball milling the graphite for 1 hour, 4 hours, 8 and 16 hours in order to reduce the graphene particle size and to improve better its distribution. Furthermore, the mechanical shear force of the ball milling could give rise to an exfoliation of graphite, and it could help the wear resistance of this material. We checked that the particle size was reduced from 360 to 160 after 16 hours of treatment, with an improvement in tensile properties. We can see the improvement in yielding and in strength and in stiffness of the material. And also we add an improvement in 65% after 16 hours of treatment. The only problem of this treatment is that the material could suffer of the material, in particular the graphite, could suffer of oxidative phenomena for the excessive mechanical stress. So after 1 hour of treatment, a period of 15 minutes is necessary to avoid excessive degradation and excessive oxidation in graphite. About the running experimentation, we are mixing the same treated graphite and the ball milling in the ultra high molecular weight polyethylene that you know that it is very viscous, and we are checking the wear resistance with titanium, aluminum, vanadium pin. And we checked that after 6 hours of treatment in ball milling, we had an minus 7 wear reduction. And this reduction is even more great by changing the media. So this is in air, it's minus 63 by improving in the lubricant media, that is water, SSF, and bovine calf serum. And we had also an improvement in thermal and in some tensile parameters. And also with Algerian University, by Engineer Belandi and Professor Benadian of Boumediers University, we are also mixing the ultra high with graphene oxide prepared by Algerian University, would give rise to 84% of reduction in wear. So concluding, Ultra high is an engineering polymer who has a special feature depending on its microstructure. It has a very high viscosity that hinders homogeneous filler dispersion inside the polymeric matrix, and the application are in high wheel resistance component from sport to civil engineering and biomedical engineering. And the problems in literature are about to overcome biomedical, biological, chemical, and mechanical degradation. So we have studied the possible ways to improve the wear resistance before with irrigation methods and then by nanocomposite with graphite and carbon nanofiller. We checked the wear resistance both in high density and ultra high, and works are in progress to optimize the ultra high molecular weight nanocomposite formulation in order to have good mechanical, both static but also dynamic fashion and physical fascias as well. I thank you very much for your attention. A few pictures of my research group, the Polymer Laboratory and Engineering Department of Messina University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Anna. If there is one quick question, we can take it. I have a query. When you irradiate polyethylene films, polyethylene has a glass transition temperature around minus 35 degrees centigrade, isn't it? The glass transition temperature is very close, if I am correct, minus 35 degrees centigrade. So does it heal it up naturally?
The radiation with the ion implantation or with electron beam?
Ions.
Ion implantation.
Yes.
About the temperature, there is a locally improvement of temperature when the spot arrives on the material, but it was performed at the room temperature.
Once it is brought back to room temperature, it is a sort of annealing.
The annealing.
Is it sort of annealing?
No, this type of sample were not annealed at that time. We don't use to annihilate.
I will discuss personally later because I am very much interested in this. I will discuss later. Thank you.
Thank you,
Professor Anna.
Thank you to everybody.
We had a very nice talk. Thank you very much. Dr. Venus, should we go to the next speaker?
Sir, Dr. Norazlina Lisa Salim is ready. So we will the time. And the other presentation is at 2:30. So we will try to accommodate ma'am only, Professor Salim.
Okay.
Yeah. Professor Salim, please check your mic.
Okay. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, all right. So now, okay, I'm so sorry about the technical problem. Okay, all right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Okay, my name is Dr. Norazlina Liza Salim, and senior lecturer from Center of Foundation Studies for Agriculture Science, University Putra Malaysia. Okay, I will share my screen now. So you can see my slides. Okay, good. All right. Okay, today I'm going to talk about my research development of aerosolized niosome containing gemcitabine and cisplatin for lung cancer treatment. So as we all know that lung is the one of the most important organs that plays its main role in controlling respiratory activity in human body. So over the past few years, lung cancer is the most common cancer diagnosed in the world. So from the National Cancer Institute in 2018, lung cancer accounts for 30% of all new cancer diagnosed, but 24% of cancers death. Only 90% of all people diagnosed with lung cancer will survive 5 years or more, but if it is caught before it spread, the chance for 5 years survival improve dramatically. So From the report, lung cancer takes more lives annually in the US than the next 3 most common cancers, which is colorectal, breast, and also prostate cancer. Okay. So from the statistic that they studied, lung cancer kills about 2.5 times as many men as a prostate cancer. It also kills about 1.5 times as many women as a breast cancer. So the major factor that led to lung cancer was cigarette smoking. So however, the increasing in lung cancer cases among non-smoker nowadays, quite surprisingly. So from where 60 to 65% of the statistic of the new lung cancer diagnosed are among people who have never smoked or are former smokers. From this number, 10 to 50% of lung cancer cases are in never smokers. So in fact, in every 2.3 minutes, someone is diagnosed with lung cancer. Okay, so these all are reported by National Cancer Institute in 2018. So there are different types of lung cancer. It's either small or non-small lung cancers with different treatment, which lead to the major reason of low survival rate of the cancer patients. So which the detection and the confirmation of most cancers usually can made at stage 4. So there are currently current treatment that use for lung cancer treatment, surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, and it's either oral or intravenous route. So these options depends on the stage and overall performance of the cell growth. Okay, so for the advanced stage for lung cancer, chemotherapy was the first line treatment where most of the treatment usually intravenous formulation, which applied for the systematic circulation. So basic principle of the chemotherapy drug was to inhibit the proliferation of the cells growth at abnormal rate. Okay, conventionally, a patient that undergoes chemotherapy will be given as either single or multi-drug at one time, such as cisplatin and gemcitabine alone, or a combination of the both drugs. So here you can see that this drug, gemcitabine, which is a hydrophilic drug, and cisplatin, which is a hydrophobic drug. So from the literature reported, the combined drug of just gemcitabine and cisplatin to treat non-small cell lung cancer carcinoma has showed mild toxicity and good potential to lead higher response rate compared than when single drug was used. However, there are limitations when using combination of cisplatin and gemcitabine. First, generally gemcitabine and cisplatin were administered at a higher dosage, but only limited quantity of drug is allowed to be delivered to the lung. To the lung tumor due to the less efficient carrier and rarely successful of systemic drug delivery. So secondly, when we use a higher drug dosage, which give higher toxicity. So most chemotherapeutic act on noble tissues, leading to worse side effects such as vomiting, sore throat, chest congestion, and nausea. All right, so cancer chemotherapeutic drug that are usually administered orally always limited due to the fast pass metabolism, where the drug concentration usually being reduced as it passes through gastrointestinal tract before the drug can access to the systemic circulation. So thus a more efficient carrier for the combination of the drugs should be developed to improve the delivery of the both drugs. In this case, cisplatin and gemcitabine. Okay, for the demand of nanocarriers for drug administration in medical applications has increased, especially in chemotherapy treatment. So nanocarriers, I believe, have a great potential in delivery of drugs to tumor tissues by overcoming biological barriers and reach the tiny area in the body with its small particle size. Okay, so the most of the nanocarrier systems increase the effectiveness of chemotherapy and minimize the side effects. Okay, so nanocarriers also provide a very large surface area which have a potential to increase solubility, improve control release, and also enhance bioavailability in delivery of chemotherapy drugs to the targeted tumor area. So as you can see here, there are different novel colloidal carriers have been reported for drug carrier system. So here we have lipid-based carriers and also polymer-based carriers. So under lipid-based carriers, we have a different carrier, which is lipid-based, vesicular, particulate, and also emulsion. So under vesicular lipid-based carriers, we have ethosome, liposome, niosome, and also transferosome. So these are all the potential of nanocarriers that have been used or reported previous for the drug delivery system. So in this study, we focus on the niosome. Among this vesicular system, niosome has a great potential in multiple drug delivery. So what is niosome? Okay, so niosome is a system with bilayer spherical vesicle which formed by self-assemblies of non-ionic surfactants and cholesterol in an aqueous medium with the particle size between 10 to 200 nanometers. So this two ingredient is the main ingredient in the niosome formulation. It must be have non-ionic surfactants usually used due to the high degree of compatibility with other ingredients, and also the cholesterol here used to enhance the stability and reduce leakage of the vesicle, which will increase the entrapment efficiency of the drug. Okay, so as you can see in these pictures, you can see the arrangement of the cholesterol and also non-ionic surfactant here, representative of SPAN 60. So SPAN 60 is an example of non-ionic surfactant. So the figure here shows the arrangement in the niosome formulation. Okay, all right. So there are many advantages of niosome. So these are some of the advantages. One is a niosome offer better patient compliance and therapeutic effect with greater bioavailability compared to conventional dosage forms. And then ability to entrap hydrophilic drugs, lipophilic drugs, as well as amphiphilic drugs. So as you can see in these pictures represent as a niosome formulation. So we have here aqueous domain and also the bilayer membrane. So if you have multi-drug, you can actually combine the drug. It's either hydrophilic with hydrophilic, lipophilic with hydrophilic, lipophilic with hydrophilic. So the drug will be encapsulated in between the niosome formulation. Okay, so another advantages of niosome is the size, shape, fluidity, composition of drug containing a niosome. We can control. So then we can control the size, we can control the composition of the niosome formulation. So next, niosome, of course, a non-toxic due to the ingredient used for preparation. So before we produce the formulation, we should identify the ingredient first before we produce the niosome formulation. So the surfactant used are biodegradable and biocompatible. All right. So there are many applications of niosome. Okay. So these are example. Niosome can niosome can be used in gene delivery, nasal delivery, in the preparation of vaccine, in ocular delivery, pulmonary delivery, as well as in cosmetic. So these are example of application of niosomes. So in this research, we aim to develop aerosolized niosome formulation containing gemcitabine and cisplatin as an alternative for lung cancer treatment. So as you can see in this picture of the niosome formulations, we assume that, or we target our drugs will be located at the middle of the niosome. It depends on the hydrophilicity of the drug. In this case, in our research, we use a gemcitabine for hydrophilic drug, will be located at the middle or the core shell of the niosome, and the cisplatin is the hydrophobic drug, will be located at the bilayer membrane. Okay. All right, so these are objective of this research. First, to prepare and optimize the composition of niosome formulation containing gemcitabine and cisplatin using mixture experimental design. Second, to characterize the physicochemical properties and evaluate the stability of the optimized niosome formulation. And then the last, we need to determine the in vitro drug release and also cytotoxicity of the optimized niosome formulation. Okay, so I highlighted here the research methodology. Okay, so first we prepared the niosome formulation containing gem and cis using sonication method. And then we optimized the niosome formulation using a mixture experimental design. And then we characterize the niosome formulation using a physicochemical characteristic of the particle size, PDI, zeta potential, pH, surface tension, morphology, and also aerosol performance. So then we straight away to the stability test. We have here different stability study. Here we have a centrifugation test. We have a storage temperature and also the particle size over time. Okay, so in this research, we have conducted two in vitro study. In vitro study one is relates to the in vitro drug release study using dialysis bag technique. Then the second in vitro study will be the cytotoxicity study against the normal lung and also lung cancer cell lines, MRC5 and A549. So these are the method that we use to prepare niosome formulation using sonication method. So actually there are many methods to produce a niosome formulation. So I just highlighted here only one because we prepare the niosome formulation according to the method used by Basiri et al. 2017. So in this method, we prepared two phases, a lipid phase and also aqueous phase first. And then these two phases will be mixed and also homogenized using probe sonicator for 4 cycles, 30 seconds on and also 5 seconds off. So this is for 4 cycles. Okay. So then the optimization, the niosome formulation will be optimized using the optimum mixture design. Okay, so this the result will be analyzed statistically. Okay, so the independent variables were utilized to investigate the effect of percentage of surfactant, cholesterol, and glycerol solution on the response variables, which is a particle size of the niosome formations. Because of this, the selection of the independent variables is actually referred to the main ingredient of the niosome formulation, because the formation of niosome refer to the concentration of the non-ionized surfactant and also cholesterol. Okay, so based on this table, this table shows the lower limit and higher limit that have been determined by a software. So from the software generate, there are from the software 16 run experiment will be generated, will obtain. So we need to do this 16 experiment for the combination of the different independence variables. Okay. All right. So for the optimization methods from the software, the results showed that the model was fitted to the cubic model. So to prove that the model was fitted to the exactly or the accuracy of the model. So we will continue with the validation set later on. So now I just shares with you the results from the optimization from the optimal mixture designs. which the values obtained experimentally agreed with the predicted values of the particle size of the niosome formulation. And so the final reduced model had a significant P value, which P less than 0.0001. And then the final model for the final equation for the model will obtain like this. Okay? So this is generated from the software. Okay, so from this final equation, we can explain that the impact of surfactant. So because of this final equation of the model refer to the interactions of A, interactions of B and C. So we can conclude that the impact of surfactant, which is A, and a glycerol solution is inversely related to the particle size of the niosome formulation, while cholesterol B poses a directly proportional effect to the particle size of niosome. So the interactions of the parameter A, B, C is actually refer to the final equation model. Okay. All right, so this is the 3D surfaces showing the interactions or effect of A, B, and C. So from this 3D surface, you can relate the relationship between the particle, the concentration of the surfactant and also the particle size. Okay, so the percentage of surfactant increased, the particle size was found to decrease. So the surfactant controls the growth of vesicle and offers absorption while prevents agglomerations. So this is that's why we can see that the highest contribution of the formation of niosome is the percentage of the surfactant. Okay. All right. So for the replication sum model, to prove the model fitted, we need to prepare several random formulations using the same software. So then this is the several random formulation that we prepared. So this we have 8 runs experiment. So as from the results showed that no significant difference between the actual and predicted particle size, which indicates the model was fit based on the percentage of RSC. RSC is actually residual standard error for the experimental and also the predicted values. So if you have the RSC less than 2, meaning that there is no significant difference between the experimental run. Yeah. So from this verification of models, we can get the optimum composition from the software. They generated the optimum composition for us. So the optimum composition that generated from the software is here. We listed as the surfactant, cholesterol, a glycerol solution, where the other 4 ingredients will be kept constant, but this is not included in the independent variables for optimization previously. Okay, so from this from this optimum composition, you can see that this shows that the particle size is below than 200, where the niosome formulation meets the requirement for aerosolized application. So this is referred to the niosome. So you can see the TEM image also reveal the spherical shape of the niosome formulation. And you can see very clearly here the bilayer membrane of the non-innate surfactants and cholesterol. Okay, so PDI value indicated a narrow size distribution of the particles of niosome. So zeta potential indicates a good stability of the formulation. Okay, so for the surface tension, we measured the surface tension of the optimized niosome was 35.49, which is low compared to water. So this is also suitable for aerosolized. In the aerosol output was evaluated according to the method used by Arbain et al. 2018. So it refers to the amount of fluid being successfully delivered by nebulizer. We use the Omron micro air nebulizer to calculate how many aerosol output will be produced. So then this is from the the equation here, aerosol output for 96.22%. So this is related to the surface tension itself. So liquid with low surface tension is less resistant towards aerosolization. Surface tension represents the force that resists the formation of new surface area, and the lower surface tension increase the aerosol output. So this is the preliminary study on the aerosol performance for aerosolization of niosome formulation. Okay. All right, so for the stability evaluation, we have three: centrifugation test, a different storage temperature, particle size versus time. So it proved that our optimized formulation will be excellent stability, no phase separation when carried out in centrifugation at 4,000 RPM for 15 minutes. Okay, so then when we can see that this stability, the optimized niosome formulation remain physically stable at 27 degrees Celsius with no precipitation or aggregation observed. So this is the appearance of the optimized niosome formulations. So by looking at this graph, particle size versus time, the particle increase gradually within 90 days. Okay. All right. So in vitro release study of the optimized niosome formulation was carried out by using dialysis bag technique. So this schematic diagram of the dialysis bag technique that we carry out in our lab. So this is our assumption that the samples of our niosome formulation will be filled in the dialysis bag. So this is our assumption where we have different arrows here. So these arrows indicates, for the band arrow, indicate the particles inside the dialysis bag are too large to diffuse through the membrane. So we have here the solid straight. Arrows indicates particles are able to diffuse from higher to lower concentration out of the bag into the receptor medium. So we have here, you can see the double dash arrow here. Double dash arrow here indicates the ion present in the receptor media. For in this case, in this research, we use simulated lung fluid, SLR, pH 7.4. which are able to diffuse both ways depending on the concentration. So this is how we carry out the experiment. So the receptor media was withdrawn at different time interval, and it will be replaced with the same amount or volume of the media, the fresh media, to get to the maintain the sink condition of the experiment. Okay, so the sample was then analyzed by UV analysis. All right, so this is the UV-based spectral analysis for both drugs. Before we apply in niosome formulation, we compare GEM and CIS UV-based, and then we can see that after we combine GEM and CIS, still the wavelength of the GEM and CIS presents in the mixture. Okay, so this is before we apply drugs in the niosome formulation. You can see very clearly the wavelength. So this wavelength very important to identify, to calculate the release for the in vitro drug release study. Okay, so from this in vitro drug release study, the drug release was highly pH dependent. In this case, for experiment in vitro drug release, we use a different pH, which is pH 6.7, is a bit acidic condition, and then another one pH 7.4. Okay, so we need to see it's either will be affect with the release or not. So from these results from the drug release was highly pH dependent and showed a biphasic release with initial burst release and then steady state of release until 24 hours. So as you can see at the first graph of GEM at the left side here, you can see that at pH 6.7, 30.38% of jam accumulated in the medium at 24 hours. Okay, so when the pH increased to pH 7.4, so then the jam release increased to 64.71. So this might be due to the jam pKa value, which is 3.6, which the jam at this pKa value was unstable and easily degradable in acidic condition. Okay, so that's why maybe because of the slow release of the jam. So it's also enhance the rapid diffusion of jam release out to the release media at neutral pH condition. Okay, so at the right side of the graph is a cis release accumulated at 24 hours. So as you can see here, 99.58% of cis will be released at pH 6.7 at a bit acid condition. Okay, so when we increase the pH to pH 7.4, so the cis release decreased to 53.55%. So the lower pH would enhance the formation of a pore in the niosoma structure due to the solubilization of the lipid bilayer. So cis from the aqueous core with a small size, a no net charge, can easily cross the bilayer through dissolution and release at faster rate at acidic conditions. Okay, so this is the release study. Okay, so in vitro release also we the correlation. Yes. Pardon?
You have 1 minute left.
Okay. All right. So we'll finish soon. Okay. All right. So the correlation coefficient for different models for mechanism of both drug release have been calculated. From this table, you can see that the mechanism of the jam and cis followed different mechanism model. So as you can see here, jam, because jam and cis located at the same niosome formulation. Okay, so jam followed a Higuchi model, which is referred to the cumulative percentage of drug release versus square root of time. And cis followed the Hickson-Crowell model, is related to the cumulative amount of drug remaining versus time. So these are different because of that. Because of this reason, you can see that the release of cis and jam will be different at different pH. Okay. So the last part of this research is in vitro cytotoxic study, and this optimized niosome formulation will be screened using against A509 and MRC5. So as you can see from this result showed that niosome formulation had ability to induce cytotoxicity on A509 lung cancer cell line, and at the same time reduce cytotoxicity towards MRC5 cell line. Okay, so by that, as a conclusion, the niosome formulation was successfully formulated using a sonication method with good stability and homogeneity against phase separation, different temperatures. Okay, so this formulation has appropriate value in control drug release, exhibits cell growth inhibition against A509 lung cancer cells. So this study suggested that the optimized niosome formulation has a potential to be used as an alternative for lung cancer treatment. So these are our references, and these are paper that have been published this year. So if you wish to read in details, you can just scan the barcode here to download the articles. Yeah? Okay. So by that, I would like to thank all my colleagues and all our postgraduate students from Integrated Chemical Biophysics Research Group in Faculty of Science at UPM, and the financial assistance, as well as a sincere appreciation to the Department of Chemistry, University of Malaya for the facilities provided throughout this research. Thank you for your support. Okay, by that, thank you so much for your attention. All right. Probaska, you unmute.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Salim. Professor Bhaskar, are you there? Okay, Professor Salim, there are two questions. I'll read those questions for you. So question number one is, thank you so much for your resourceful presentation. Can you kindly elucidate all the applicational domains where the targeted therapy can be available and efficient.
Pardon?
Yeah.
Targeted,
can you elucidate
targeted drug delivery. Main question is regarding the targeted drug delivery.
The targeted drug delivery. So this is actually for the respiratory atau in aerosolized to inhalation to your lung. Okay, so this is for your lung in via aerosolization, or usually you can apply with using inhalation. Yes.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you.
Another
Thank you very
questions?
much. There is one more question regarding some TEM scale. In slide 19, you had shown TEM image. Probably the scale is not mentioned there. You may look back to that.
Which one?
Slide number 19. In the
19. Okay.
Yeah, in this TEM image, the scale
TEM.
is, yeah, the scale.
The scale. Okay. Yeah. So this is actually the scale is because the TEM is agreed with our particle size below than 200. So it must be around that one. I will improve this TEM image. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very
All
much,
right.
Dr. Salim.
All right.
Nice having such a beautiful
Okay.
talk. Thank
Okay.
you. The next talk is by Dr. Josephine Yin Shi Liu. She is from Department of Physics, Faculty of Science, University of Uttar, Malaysia. Ms. Liu will talk on synthesis route to bismuth-based hybrid perovskite nanoparticles.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. So thank you for the organizing committee to give me a chance to give a talk on this topic. So I will be presenting the synthesis route to bismuth-based hybrid perovskite nanoparticles. So I'm Josephine from Department of Physics, Faculty of Science, University Putra, Malaysia. So I'm from Malaysia. So actually I'm preparing a very simple slide. Okay, so hopefully that everyone can understand. So first of all, when we talk about the synthesis route to the hybrid perovskite, so we want to know that what is a perovskite. So a perovskite actually is any materials with a crystal structure which is similar to a mineral that we call it as perovskite, which contain the calcium titanium oxide. So the general formula that we are using for this perovskite is ABX3. So where the A and B actually are two cations, often they are having a different size, and X is an ion that bond to both cation. So normally the A atom are generally larger than the B atom. So the ideal cubic structure, so when we talk about the cubic structure, there has B cation in a 6-fold. So when you see the B cation here, so they have a 6-fold surrounded by an octahedron of an ion. And the A cation, so you can see from this one, they are in a 12-fold cuboctahedral coordination. So when we talk about a hybrid perovskite, what does it mean? So a hybrid perovskite actually is formed by, we are combining two types of precursor. That is, one is from the organic and another one is from the inorganic. Then we try to combine it together with a different synthesis process. Okay, so why we want to study on this hybrid perovskite materials? So as we know that this hybrid perovskite material can be prepared under a very low temperature fabrication processes. So that's why it is very low cost, and then it can be scalable because the scalable solution fabrication process, and then they are nature abundant raw materials, and it is lightweight and flexible so that you can form flexible devices based on this material. And they have a very high carrier mobility, high power conversion efficiency. So, and then they have a versatile structure that can enable us to do some fine tuning so that we can have the optical properties or electrical properties that we are needed for certain application. So what is the application of this hybrid perovskite? There are many of the application. As we see that a lot of people have done the research using this hybrid perovskite to make X-ray detector, solar cell, light emitting diodes, laser, photo detectors, and then some of it also combine the solar cell together with the thermoelectric devices, and then making it as a sensor, photo catalyst, and then battery or the transistor. So there are many applications. And in our research group, we focus using this hybrid perovskite for the solar cell. So what is a solar cell? So solar cell, or we call it as a photovoltaic cell, is a semiconductor device that uses the photovoltaic effect to generate electricity at the atomic level when the light actually falls on it. So there are three categories of the solar cell. The first generation solar cell, we call it as a silicon-based, wafer-based, silicon wafer-based solar cell. Second generation is the thin film solar cell, and come into the third generation. So the hybrid perovskite solar cell actually is forced into this third generation solar cell. So why we want to study this hybrid perovskite? So based on the National Renewable Energy Laboratory reports, we can see that the perovskite actually is under the emerging photovoltaic. And then you can see that the perovskite cell actually, they have a drastic increase on the efficiency based on the graph here. So until now, it is achieved at the 25.2% of the efficiency. And if you do tandem perovskite with the silicon tandem solar cell, so you can achieve a more higher efficiency. So what is the challenge of this hybrid perovskite materials? So there are four challenges that we need to overcome so that we can have a better hybrid solar cell can be go for the market. So first of all, we can see that the first challenge is the photovoltaic power conversion. So we can see that the photovoltaic power conversion efficiency, so of this organic, inorganic hybrid perovskite solar cell is increased, starting from the 6% up to now almost 25% and more. So the rise in the efficiency can be achieved by changing the device layer, the architecture arrangement, the perovskite growth techniques, and use of the mixed halides perovskite with enhanced electronic properties. So all this process actually will involve the synthesis route. So that's why the synthesis route is so much important. The second one is the toxicity that we have. The hybrid perovskite materials need to phase out because most of the high efficiency hybrid perovskite actually is made from the lead-based perovskite. So the use of this toxic lead in perovskite is a matter of environmental concern. So there are many ongoing aim actually is to find a replacement for this lead. Okay, so for example, some of the research work has been done on replacing this lead with the tin. So they have formed out the tin-based perovskite, but they are having some issue on the power efficiency because it is still behind the lead-based devices. So some study also, some of them also conclude that this tin may actually have a higher environmental toxicity than the lead. So here in our research group, we are targeted to replace this lead with the bismuth due to its stability and non-toxicity. The third major challenge actually is the current voltage hysteresis. So if you try to see from here, so based on the graph here, so you will see that there is a hysteresis from the reverse and forward bias. So it is most commonly due to the mobile ion migration in the combination with a high level of recombination. So to solve this one also, the people will do the research on varying the cell architecture, the surface passivation, increase the halide content, and reduce the recombination rate. So you will see that all this process actually is involved the synthesis routes as well. And the last one, most people will do the research to find out the long-term stability of this kind of hybrid perovskite material. So this high efficiency organic inorganic hybrid perovskite are highly sensitive to the moisture in the ambient air. So this moisture leads to a domino effect of decomposition of the perovskite sample that we are formed. So it caused the material degradation, and then they lost their photovoltaic properties. So the temperature as well, it is an important factor for the perovskite as it leads to the decomposition at the high temperature. So to overcome these four types of the challenge, so the synthesis route is very important. So because you need to vary the cell architecture, surface passivation, increase the halides content, and also reduce the recombination. Therefore, we come into the major part that the synthesis route is really important in this forming the hybrid perovskite. So to form the hybrid perovskite, you have to see whether you want to prepare a sample in a liquid form, solid form, or thin film. So before preparing these materials, hybrid perovskite, so you have to think of what kind of techniques that you want to use to prepare the hybrid perovskite. So and then we know that this hybrid perovskite actually can be because it is a hybrid. So but the photovoltaic materials actually you can form the solar cell with the organic solar cell or inorganic solar cell, or you want to have a hybrid perovskite. So we want to have it in the hybrid because it can be having both properties from the organic and also inorganic part. And then you will have it in the properties, some sort like it can have a conductor, become a conductor, semiconductor, or insulator. So when you're preparing the hybrid perovskite materials, they can form up in many types. So for example, you can form it in a single crystal, you want to form it in the microcubes, or you want to form this perovskite in the quantum dots, nanoparticles, nanowires, nanoplatelets, different types. They have a different function, and they can enhance different kinds of properties. So you have to justify what is your M now. So for example, we have the perovskite actually in the formula of ABXP. So we want to see that what the A will make the materials to form, what the B take part, and what the X will take part. So for example, for the A part, so it's the organic part. So it plays a significant role in the structural formation and mechanical flexibility. So it has a great effect on the stability and also the optoelectronic properties of the materials. So if you targeted on these properties, so you will modify the A part. So the second part we will see on the B part, that is the main function of the inorganic B part. So normally we call this one as the core of the perovskite. So it is to ensure the stability and structural order of the materials that we have formed. And then the nature of the P-part electronic configuration actually is strongly will determine what is the optoelectronic properties of the absorbing layer. So normally we will put the perovskite as the absorbing layer to the light source. So and then for the X anion, so it will maintain the charge neutrality between the cation and also anion. So therefore in here, so the halogens, we have the chloride, bromide, or iodide are extensively used because they are highly electronegative and also reactive. So in our group, so I have a PhD student that are modifying on the organic air part, okay, because it seems that the air part will maintain the appropriate dynamic position of the conduction band of the perovskite sample, and then it can tune the band gap based on the radius of the air part, okay. But there are a lot of challenge to tune this organic part because that are it is new materials. So sometimes when you form the structure and then you check the XRD, you don't know it is correct material. So you have to done some simulations and then try to see what structure being formed out for when you're modifying the air part materials. So for this hybrid perovskite, so there are many methods that you can synthesize your sample. So basically, a lot of people will, based on the solution-based approach, so which is the bottom-up approach. So this kind of preparation, they provide a feasible modification in controlling the sample formation. And then it is directly provide a medium for the sample medium. So through this solution-based approach, there are many modifications that we can done and then try to improve what type of properties that you want from your sample. So for example, you can do the modification on the solvent, precursor, ligand, or the operation condition or the environmental condition. So for the solvent modification, so you can see what type of boiling point that you are going to use, porosity of the solvent, the pH of the solvent. So it will definitely improve, or sometimes it is degrade the properties of the materials, but depends what do you wish to have, and then what is the application of your sample that you are going to aim for. And then the precursor modification. So in our lab, all the precursor actually is synthesis in the lab. So because of we want to control the stability, because as we know that this hybrid perovskite is very sensitive to the moisture. So that's why if you can synthesize your precursor yourself, so that you can control the degradation of the materials, and then try to have the perfect hybrid perovskite as good as possible. So in this precursor modification, you can try to adjust the concentration, the solubility in the solvent, and also the chemical pathway of the sample formation. And then you can also do the ligand modification. So because of just now you have seen that there are 4 types of the challenges for the perovskite. So if you see that for the surface passivation, so we will try to do some ligand modification, so that we can modify the functional group, the number of electrons contribution in the ligand bonding. So, and then the last one is the environmental condition modification. So we have to check whether the reaction temperature, reaction time, and also the atmosphere conditions, such as we want to see how it reacts with the humidity. So there are many types of the preparation. So for example, you can prepare your hybrid perovskite using the chemical precipitation method. So this is a very simple and well-established wet chemical precipitation process in which the solution of different ions are mixed to form the insoluble precipitate. So you will get your powder forms hydroperoxide sample. Okay, so and then we have my student actually mostly they are using this reprecipitation method to form their peroxide. So this is a room temperature process, and all precursor was dissolved in a polar solvent. And then it is a very easy procedure and fast throughput, and it can be done at the ambient condition and scalable. So we are here showing some steps of the preparation, and they successfully formed their peroxide. So and then here a lot of literature, if you see that most of the people will done on the hot injection method. Okay, so this one actually is considered as a high temperature process, but for me is not considered as high, because there are some of the high temperature process such as the solid state reaction is need more higher temperature. This hot injection method is considered acceptable. So you can inject your precursor, the organic precursor, into the bismuth or the halides precursor with the presence of the ligand. So you can, through this method, actually you can finely control the shape, size, and morphology of your materials that you are forming, and it produces a very complex structure with a high homogeneity. So this hot injection method, yeah, surely you need to have a very good strength line set up, and also you just need to have a strength line set up. And then here is the anion exchange method, where you want to do some anion exchange with the chloride from bromide and iodide, where you want to tune your optical properties of your materials. And then here also we have hydrothermal and solvent thermal techniques. So that one actually is based on the different types of the solvents that you're using. So it will justify whether you are using the hydrothermal or solvent thermal technique. And then a lot of people nowadays are going for the microwave heating. Yeah, because it is a very fast process. But actually my student somehow bomb out the if you are using the microwave, kitchen microwave, yeah, you are explore to something like you will do some explosion using the microwave. But now if you want to have a proper microwave assisted method, try to use proper equipment, something like from the CEM or from the Entempa. So we are now trying to use the Entempa microwave assisted method. So it is quite safe preparation method. Okay, and very fast. So my students actually like this kind of method because it is a rapid heating rates. They don't need to wait for a long time and energy saving. They use the water as a solvent, and the method is very low cost, fine microstructure, and it really improves the mechanical properties. So also we have ultrasound assisted method, vacuum seal solid state reaction. And then this is the high energy ball mill synthesis that we call it as a chemical solid state synthesis. So after you have this kind of preparation that you form out the solution or the powder, so you want to fabricate it out as a solar cell, right? So you want to test the efficiency. So you definitely need to prepare out it in a thin film. So whether you want to use the thermal evaporation technique, the spin coating, the electrode deposition, chemical bath deposition, or the RF sputtering. So what kind of characterization can be done? So to identify whether you are synthesizing the correct materials, so you can perform the XRD, XRF, EDX, MMR, XPS, Raman, FTIR to confirm whether you are synthesize the correct materials that you are forming. So then you can check the stability of your materials using the TGA, DSC, the in situ XRD, and as well as the degradation test. And then you want to check the quality of your film. So you can use the PSAM, HR10, FM, particle sizer, electrometer, stylus profiler. And this is the most important part. So we want to check the efficiency of the solar cell. So the parameter that influence the efficiency, so it's the band gap, the mobility, the absorption coefficient, the charge carrier lifetime, and luminescence quantum efficiency. So this all these measurement, all these parameters can be done based on the optical characterization and also electrical characterization. And we go for the solar cell application testing. Okay, so as a conclusion, so the synthesis route actually is one of the important steps to obtain the hybrid perovskite that meet your specification. So identify what is your target M and justify what type of modification can be done to achieve your objective, and the success of the hybrid perovskite formation for the specific application is on your hand. Okay, so thank you very much. So without the support from the funder, so such as the grant given by the UPM, the KPT, and also Ministry of Education, Torre Mosti, so the research actually cannot be ongoing. So I really appreciate for the fund provided, and also without the very good collaborator, so there were all my collaborators that are helping me on the, after I prepared a sample. So you want to know that your sample actually can be targeted to go for any type of application. So for example, the sensor, the optoelectronic devices, the EMI shielding effect, or you want to test for the toxicity. So there are the ones that are helping me much on that. Thank you very much. Also to my PhD student, master student, and also FYP student. So this is, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Liu. It was such a nice talk. A talk like a typical good teacher. So nice explaining everything. Thank you. Thank you very much. If we can have one quick question.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
For your question, Dr. Josephine. So among all the synthesis route that you presented just now, which of the synthesis route that, in your opinion, can produce high-performing business-based perovskite sensitizer? That was my first question. So my second question is, we know that currently bismuth-based perovskite efficiency is not that high compared to the standard one. So what will be the strategy moving forward, and how can we apply that in our research? Thank you.
Okay, so for the first question, so regarding the okay, which methods actually is will be provide a better materials. So for my student, actually, I can see that the reprecipitation and also the microwave, actually, I was thinking that it can go for a very good efficiency, but actually we not yet tested the efficiency because of the MCO lockdown. So many labs are not able to open. So my students still at the stage want to successfully synthesize the material, but not yet go for the efficiency test. So if I get the efficiency test, I will let you know. So for the second questions for the bismuth base, yeah, I know that the efficiency is quite low. So that's why there is modification at the bismuth type. So you can see that a lot of people will be doing some double perovskite. So it can see that if I mix up the silver and with the bismuth together, so we can have better efficiency compared to the only with the bismuth one. So that's why we have to do some doping, something like that, or we have to do some modification on the bismuth to improve the efficiency.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Liu. Thank you very much for such a nice talk. One of the participants also is thanking you. Jun HK is also mentioning that. Thank you for sharing such nice talk.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. So we switch to the next talk, that is the IP5. The speaker is A. Zawaka from Poland. She is from Department of Applied Physics, Faculty of Physics, Astronomy and Informatics, Nicholas Copernicus University, Torun, Poland. Dr. Zawaka will speak on multifunctional hybrid structures based on perovskites for photovoltaic applications. Please.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for this invitation. I would like to thank the organizer for the possibility to give me the talk about my recent results. As you can see, I am from Torun, it is the city in Poland. The Torun is one of the oldest and full historical monument cities in Poland, with the population about 200,000 people. But it is most, of course, with some buildings, but the most important point from which the Torun is known, that this is the place was the Nicholas Copernicus was born, and this explains the name of the university. Today, I would like to speak about my results, experimental results about the multifunctional hybrid structures band of the perovskite for the photovoltaics application. And for me, it's a good that I'm after the Professor Josephine because she explained and give the nice interview for my experimental results and for my talks. And this is the outline of my talks. I will start with the motivation. Actually, the motivation was explained by the Professor Josephine during her talk, but I give you also some general information about the organometal halide perovskite. And I would like to focus mostly on how to prepare the thin films of the organometal halide perovskite, and especially on the technique of the deposition based on the vacuum, and what we can get from the structural, optical, and electrical properties of the materials. I would like to finish with some application of the perovskite thin films, especially for the perovskite solar cells, and I show you the main experimental results of solar cells based on this organometallic halide perovskite. And the motivation is quite known, it seems to me. If you look on the solar cells technique, you can find a lot of different solutions, which can give you the different efficiency of the solar cells. Of course, the highest value now you can reach for the multi-junction solutions of the solar cells, and the maximum value for the efficiency is about the 40, 45, 46 for the 4-junction solution based on the semiconductor materials. If we compare this highest value to the value of the efficiency for the most popular solution, what we can find on our room is the base of the crystalline silicon cells, which the maximum value is about 25% of the efficiency. The perovskite-based the solar cells look really good. And what we can see and what we can notice during the last year, that the increase of the efficiency is reached the highest value compared to the another solution. And of course, when we are looking much more carefully at solar cells based on the thin films, we can see that the perovskite, increase of the perovskite is almost the same as the increase of the construction of the solar cells based on the quantum dots. But the efficiency of the perovskite-based thin film solar cells is two times higher compared to the quantum dots. And it is almost reached the same value as a commercially available crystalline silicon solution. And this value 25, it's the laboratory value, but typical one you can have on the roof is about the 20%. And during the last 10 years, people strongly working with the perovskite thin films to apply them to the solar cells. Of course, we have the typical solution. It's a normal standard construction of the solar cells. But recently, people start to combine the different kind of solution. Means that the tandem techniques, it's perovskite. I combine it with the silicon one structure of the solar cell, and this as a copper indium gallium selenide as a tandem solution for the solar cells, just to increase the efficiency. As you can see, some tandem solution give the even better value compared to the value with the classic one. But today, I would like to show you the results of the creation of the thin film perovskite and its application to the standard typical solution of the solar cells. And why this material is important and why people working with the perovskites as an active layer for the solar cells, especially because this materials is easily to tuning if you consider the band gap. But the changing of all of the components, means cations, anions, and the halogens, we can easily change the band gap energy. As you can see here, for example, for a metal ammonium with iodide, the band gap energy is about 1.7. For the metal ammonium with fluoride, it's more than 3. And of course, we can change about the different halogens inside the structure. But when we combine these two halogens inside the same structure, for example, create some different composition, we can easily tune step by step the gap energy. What is really important and really crucial when you consider the construction of the solar cells. And typical techniques to deposit the organic hybrid perovskite thin film is based on the solution. And really, Professor Josephine described the techniques very, very well. We started with some substrate which is rotated during this, for example, spin coating techniques. And the next point is just to put the lead iodide inside the DMF or DMSO solution, which is rotated and dry. And next we are putting the isopropanol, usually alcohol, with some metal ammonium iodides. And after the time we reach the desired value of the metal ammonium with iodide, for example, and it's necessary to slightly heat the structure at the temperature about between the 50 and 80 Celsius degree to reach the final structure of the thin films with the high quality which can be applied for the solar cells. But of course, this is one of the possibilities. But I am a person who are working with different kind of methods, the same as working also with the solution. But the solution brings some difficulties, especially what you would like to reach the low thickness of the thin films. It's okay when you are, for example, working with the halide perovskite and you would like to reach some thickness of the film equal to 1 micron. But if you would like to go for the smaller values of the thickness perovskite thin films, it's difficult to reach, and especially it's difficult to create, reproduce exactly the same structure during even if you will follow exactly the same process. Basing on my experience with the method based on the vacuum, I decided to apply the different techniques, means physical vapor deposition techniques, for creating the thin films of halide perovskite. And this technique is very simple. It's involves actually two processes. The first one is what we need. We need hot source materials for the evaporation. And after the evaporation, we have the condensation, these evaporated materials on the substrate. And this evaporation takes place in the vacuum. The vapors means the vapors other than the source material as almost removed before the process begins. In the high vacuum, with a long mean free path, evaporated particles can travel directly to the deposition target without cooling with background gases. At the typical pressure of 10⁻⁴ pascals, means 10⁻⁶ torr, and particle has a mean free path about the 60 meters. If I compare this value with the value of my experiments, it is equal about the 20 centimeters between the evaporation source and the substrate. It is the value give me possibility to consider that I just only have the molecules reach the substrate without any collision inside the vacuum chamber. The condensation usually takes place on the surface of a cold, keep in the room temperature or slightly heated substrate. As a materials of the substrate, we can consider every kind of the materials, metals, semiconductors, quartz, PET, and the same glass. During my experiment, I decided to work with this physical vapor deposition techniques in two roads. Just the typical one, start from the materials for all of the metals as the materials as a powders, but I worked with the two ways. And the first way was on the normal way, as I set up the powders of finer materials, which means the methyl ammonium lead chloride and methyl ammonium lead iodide. But at the same time, I decided to use the apparatus what was designed by me and created by the commercially by the Kurt Lesker company. This is the modification of the valuable nano 6036, the solution of the Kurt Lesker company, in a different way, applying the codeposition process. The codeposition process, this is the process which gives us the new possibility. We can work with the process using the two sources separately to create the thin film on the substrate. And in the case of this codeposition, for example, for the lead methyl ammonium iodide, methyl ammonium iodide, I used the lead iodide in the source one and the methyl ammonium iodide in the source two. Advantage to this method compared to the classical one working with the final products is just what we are noticed during the experiment, that the material is very sensitive for the temperature, especially the methyl ammonium can be easily damaged with the temperature. Of course, the temperature for the deposition of this material is very low because it's lower than 100 Celsius degree, but it is better to work with the codeposition instead of these two materials, instead of the normal deposition of the materials. The explanation of this is just, for you are noticed during the experiment that we are slightly need the different temperature for this inorganic part, which usually needs some higher temperature for the deposition, and this organic part, which is need the lower temperature for the deposition. And on the end, on the substrate, we are creating the full methyl ammonium lead iodide or methyl ammonium chloride in the same situation as a thin films of the material. And just to show you some properties of the materials and how the materials, behavior of the materials after the deposition, I would like to show you the picture of the absorption after the deposition. As you can see, for example, here we are working with two materials, means methyl ammonium lead iodide and methyl ammonium lead chloride. And this is how it's looking our absorption spectrum. And we are getting, let's say, typical value for this kind of the measurements. Doesn't matter, it was the normal deposition or the co-deposition, because the properties or the material was almost the same. The value for a band gap energy, which were reached from the experiments, was about 0.5, 0.7 in the case of the methyl ammonium lead iodide, and about 2.7 to 2.9 in the case of the methyl ammonium lead chloride. But what is the most important and more interesting is how it's looking the image, atomic for microscopic image of these thin films. As you can see here, the differences is very big, and what you can see, for example, for the size of the crystallized. And here, what we can see that in the case, this is the thin films. The zero thickness of the thin film was about. Should be equal 1 micron. But as you can see, the porosity of the films and the size of the crystalline of this is strongly depend of the materials. These two pictures show us how it's looking the structure atomic for microscopic image of the thin films based of the deposited with the classical means one-step deposition process. And the size of the methyl ammonium lead iodide compared to the metal ammonium with chloride, the side of the crystalline, this is about 10 until 100 times smaller compared one to each other. But what is the most important from the practical point of view? It is how these films can be affected by the surrounding atmosphere. And for this one, we decided this picture was prepared just after the deposition process, immediately after the take from the vacuum chamber. Means that the films have about the 30 minutes after the deposition and taking out from the vacuum. But after the 6 hour, we are noticed the big difference between the structure of the films comparing to this one just after preparing. This changing was very, very strong, especially for the metal ammonium with chlorides. We are noticed that after 6 hours, just pure thin films of these materials almost disappear after the 6 hours. What we can see only on the surface just some kind of island in the materials which are not connected one to each other. In the case of the metal ammonium leads iodide, the situation was much better, but we can also see some kind of the degradation and creation a bigger crystallinity. It is well known that the materials as halide perovskite is very sensitive for the surrounding atmosphere because these materials have to be considered as a strongly hygroscopic. As you can see from this picture, it's real because especially the water inside the surrounding atmosphere strongly affect the materials. And that's why we are decided in not working with the metal ammonium with chloride because of this results. And we are decided to practical application, we are decided to work with the metal ammonium lead iodide because we are choose as is the better one. And this is the picture of 2 different techniques applied to the preparing the film. The position of the one starting from the just metal ammonium lead iodide as a powder, and the results of the co-deposition of the metal ammonium iodide and metal ammonium and lead iodide as a compounds. And just by eye, it's difficult to see so big difference because more or less the crystallinity size is the same, the porosity is also the same, but much better the differences between the 2 processes, and especially if you consider the point of the practical application, you can get, for example, just to see some description and some properties of the materials. I choose the Minkowski functional just to Minkowski volume boundary and connectivity to show the differences between the 2 pictures of the atomic for microscopy, to show you differences between an advantage also between the deposition and the normal deposition process for this metal ammonium lead iodide. What we can see, what we can get, and what we can find from this picture, that the first point that the density of the film is completely different compared one to each other. The density after the co-deposition, the film is much bigger compared to the just normal deposition one. And the same, what is mean that also the porosity of the material is much smaller for the co-deposition technique compared to the normal deposition technique. At the same time, what we can say that probably the transfer of the carrier inside the films will be better for the co-deposition compared to the deposition normal techniques. And for the electrical properties and measurements for the perovskite in films, I used 2 different techniques. The first one is just the admittance spectroscopy. We can find also this. It is exactly the same IC impedance spectroscopy. It depends on the formula only, but inside this technique we can replace our film by some simple electrical replacement which have a part of the real part considered as a resistant part, and imaginary part considered as a capacitance part. If for the measurement, we also need some reference resistance. And when this resistance is much more smaller than the resistance of our materials, the formulas for the calculating start to be very simple. By the measurement of the voltage inside our structure, we can easily calculate the capacitance and the resistance or conductance for our materials. And just this is what we suspected from the measurements. We can suspect it to see as a function of the frequency. We can see that we are usually measure the real part of the impedance or admittance and imaginary part. And the most important is just the picture imaginary part as a function of the real part, which is known as a cold or Nyquist plot. And from this plot, we can easily find what is the value of the resistance, because this is exactly the value of the diameter of this ring. And for the frequency equal for angle 90 degree corresponding to the value, we can easily find, according to this formula, we can easily find the capacitance of the sample. The measurement of this kind of the electrical properties was done using the locking apparatus, and the sample was placed inside the cryostat and was connected by the electrical connection and measured with the impedance of sample was measured according to the function of the frequency. The sample was closed to cryostat just to protect the light, to measure the influence of the light of the thin films. And we are, as you can see, we are from the results, we are get some pictures almost as a ring. Unfortunately, our experimental setup is not allow us to finish to the end, because we have only the possibility to measure the measurement for the frequency that our border is 250 kilohertz, and that's why we cannot measure, but this is easily to fit with the proper function. And this is the electrical properties for two different structures. The first one is deposited as a one-step normal deposition technique. Second one is just the deposition techniques consider the co-deposition with the methyl ammonium iodide and the lead iodide. And the third one, it is something what I proposed by myself. It is also co-deposition, but in the beginning we are start as in this part. We start with the methyl ammonium iodide and the lead iodide, but in the final step you are working on the co-deposition with the iodide and the TPD and the materials. And you can see the conductance as the capacitance of the material which we are get based on this admittance spectroscopy spectroscopy techniques. And we are measured with the completely darkness solution condition, and with the daylights, and with the illuminating of wavelengths equal to 400 and 700. As you can see, for example, here the differences between the 400 and 700 we can see, but it is not so big. It is quite normal because the absorption for this wavelength is almost the same. But for example, if we consider the daylights compared to the just choosing wavelengths from the visible range, we are seeing that we can notice that the difference with the conductance and the difference with the capacitance. What we can see, for example, here, compared to all of the value, that when we just working from the normal deposition technique to the co-deposition, and the co-deposition we added the part of the new materials, we are increasing, doesn't matter in the dark, on the condition of the illuminating, all of the time increasing the conductance of the materials, and the same time we decreasing the capacitance of the materials. It is mean that the first point which get the results for us is that the co-deposition techniques for the lead methyl ammonium iodide is a good idea to work. And when we are increase also we are putting something new to the deposition techniques, which also give us some improvements, especially in the quality of the thin films. And the temperature dependence of these two materials means that methyl ammonium with iodide and methyl ammonium with fluoride. When we consider the resistance, we can see that the resistance of the materials depends on the temperature, and decreasing of the temperature of these materials. But what we are noticing that in both cases we have the different strange situation. But when you are slightly pump the system for the measurement of the temperature dependence, the resistance of the sample is slightly increased, and probably this is connected with the porosity, still porosity of the sample. And we just decided to use, after this, all of this information, we decided to create the full structure of the solar cells using this vacuum deposition techniques. And this is how it's looking, our structure, full structured. We start the transparent substrate, in the case was glass or PET. After that, we are covered this substrate by the ITO film. The ITO film was also prepared by us using the co-deposition techniques. And next we are put the electron transporting material, our perovskites, as an absorbing layer, and TPD or some special structure, Hall transporting materials, buffer layer, and the contact materials. This is the value of the thickness, which we are put for 2 hours construction. As you can see, both of them was exactly the same. Instead, only this combination, the metal ammonium with iodide with the TPD. This is just only the different behavior, but the thickness of the film is exactly the same. The rest of the film, the ITO, AlQ3, CuPC means copper phthalocyanide, 8-hydroxyquinoline of aluminum, is exactly prepared in the same process. And why this the solution we are choosing? Because it's for the solar cells is necessary to cover the full range of the absorption spectra. And as you can see, this is the metal ammonium iodide compare almost all the visible region. And the rest materials, we can find that the light can be reached for all of the scene during the illumination. And this is how our structure and full describing the structure, what I would like to show you the results created, but during the measurements, we are investigated this multi-layer structure, and this is the tree picture of the structure 1, 2, and 3, and the structure is the same, and we have the only one differences. Here we have just the normal deposition of the ammonium with iodide and cover with the TPD. Here, second one is just the co-deposition cover with the TPD. The third one is just the combination of the co-deposition with metal ammonium iodide with lead iodide with TPD instead of the metal ammonium iodide. And this is how it's looking our structure, preparing for the measurements. For the illumination, we are used created by us the solar, let's say, simulator. And because as you are noticed before, the absorption of the perovskite is just mostly in the visible region. We are focused mostly on the visible region. So we are used the set of the light, which have the LED illuminator and the halogen lamps. And this is how it's looking the spectra, which we are used for the investigation of our solar cells. And just to show you some results about how it's changing the voltage of our structure when we increase the illuminating, that we can see that for all of our structures, when we increase the illumination, the voltage increasing, and the stability of our solar cells with the time was not so bad, because during the 2 hours measurement is almost not changing the value. And this is the final result which I would like to show you. This is the results of the experimental scales for the structures. Means that typical picture of the voltage and the current according to the voltage applied to the samples. As you can see and notice, the value is about 0.7, 0.8 of working. And the maximum power is, here you can see the picture of the power. The maximum power we get from 0.7 volt as a function of the voltage. And based on this curve, we are calculate the parameter of our structure. And the most important parameter is the fill factor, which is based on the maximum value of the voltage for the maximal power and the value of the current for the maximal power. Of course, the value of the voltage for the open circuit, and the value for the currents for the short circuit for the solar cells. And finally, we are calculating the efficiency of our solar cells based on this formula. And for these 3 solutions, we are get some values of the fill factor, which are presented here, and the efficiency. And in the case of this experiment, which I would like to show you, the power efficiency coming from our solution is equal about the 4 for our first the described structure, 9 about the second one, and about the 11 for the 10th one. And conclusion from these results is just one. The decomposition is much better if you consider the fill factor of the solar cells and the efficiency compared to the normal deposition techniques based on the final materials. And also when we are cover the last point is just covering the metal ammonium iodide and change the materials with a TPD. The first point, you are cover the halide perovskites and protect them from the influence of the surrounding atmosphere, especially the water. We are stop the degradation, but we are also increase this way the efficiency of the solar cells. And this is my conclusion of my talk. I would like to show you that this is the working with the halide perovskite with the vacuum solution is a good idea and really increase the efficiency. But the most important point that after the 2 years, the structure still exists and still have the some efficiency, and the decreasing of the efficiency is less than 10% of the value which we are getting from the beginning. And this is, I would like to thank all of the group which I working with, my colleagues from university. And this project was supported by the Polish National Science Center as a grant foundation. And I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Anna. Stability of more than 2 years is something which is really very great. Not only great, excellent for perovskites reported so far. That is something really, really appreciable and very good. So nice of you. Thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you. The stability, I think that this is the most crucial point to use the perovskite inside wetting fields.
Absolutely.
Degradation is the biggest problem which you have to consider during the construction. If you improve the stability, you improve the solar cells for sure.
Very true. Very true. So due to shortage of time, I'm skipping the questions. It was really very nice. And I again thank you, Professor Anna Zawaka, for such a nice elaborative talk showing very excellent results. Thank you very much.
You are welcome, and thank you all of the participants who can heard my talk. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Professor Georgi Banhegi. Professor, it is very nice to see you once again after a couple of years. Professor Georgi Banhegi is senior advisor at Polygon Consulting at Budapest, Hungary. He is better known to all people working on polymers as the editor of the Express Polymer Letter journal. We had him in this conference earlier also at Sharda University. Professor Georgi?
Okay, can you see me? Can
yes,
you hear me? Okay,
yes,
that's fine.
Yes.
Then I will try to share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, now I can begin my talk.
That time it was very cold, now it is very hot summer.
Yes, it is hot. It is hot right now and humid. Okay.
Thank you.
So when I was kindly invited by Professor Singh to this conference, I told him very frankly that in the last 7 years, I worked for a biomedical company, and I am pretty much bound by disclosure agreements. So I cannot talk about that research that I have done in this company. But I told him that I could recollect my memories of my earlier works, which were mostly related to electrical properties, dielectric spectroscopy and things like that. And he said that I can talk about this. So this is what I will be doing now. So first of all, I would like to express my disclaimer that all materials which I show in these slides are either my own results or if I quote others, I will exactly show what are the sources of my material. So why do we talk so much about water in determining or influencing the electrical properties of water? Well, water is a very special material being present everywhere on Earth, and it has some very interesting special properties, such as high dielectric constant, very high solvation power. It can dissolve not only salts, but several organic and other polar molecules. It has a very special strong hydrogen bonding ability, which contributes to this high solvation power. It has self-dissociation characteristics, which are very important, as we will see later. It has a very high boiling point if you compare to the molecular mass due to the hydrogen bonding. And also in the solid phase.
Dear Professor, your screen is not visible.
The screen is not visible. Sorry.
Please share your presentation.
Just a moment. I will try to go back.
We can see you.
Okay.
We can see your face only.
Well, I pushed share screen.
Yeah, now it is coming.
Okay. Okay. Then I will come back to the. Well, that's the first slide. Which okay. So thank you for reminding me. So just I open. Yeah. So these are the special properties of water. Why it is so important to deal with it. It is present everywhere, has very high dielectric constant, high solvation power, strong solubility of ionic and polar materials, self-dissociation, and it also shows a polymorphism in solid state, which leads to the density anomaly, which is well known that the highest density is achieved at 4 degrees centigrade. If we look at the structure of water, due to the presence of non-binding electron pairs, it has a bent structure. And on the right-hand side, we can see that there is a both dipolar and hydrogen bonding between the neighboring water molecules. Actually, if it shows a spatial arrangement, it would be a tetrahedral arrangement around the central water molecule. And it has another very strange property that due to the self-association and due to the hydrogen bonding structure and due to the exchange of proton and hydroxyl ions in the water system, the proton mobility is very high. Compared to other cations, it's about 3 times higher. And also the hydroxyl mobility in conductivity is also high, 2 times higher than that of other anions. It also contributes to the special properties of water. If we look at the dielectric constant of water, we should start from the earliest approximation, the Clausius-Mozotti equation, which tries to describe the dielectric constant of materials which do not have orientational mobility, just polarizability. It is given by the uppermost equation, where epsilon 0 is the permittivity of free space, n is the number of molecules per unit volume, and alpha is the polarizability in general. If we look at the high frequency limiting permittivity, that can be described by the Lorentz formula, which is also very well known, where epsilon is replaced by the square of the refractive index. This relates to the optical frequencies. And Debye also gave an equation where polar molecules with orientation polarization possibilities in high dilution can be described by the lowest formula. And if we combine the Lorentz formula and the Debye formula, and if we introduce the shorthand Y0, then the upper right formula is a kind of redescription of the Debye formula, where epsilon s means the static, epsilon infinite means the optical limiting frequency. Onsager later modified a little bit this formula, and he took into account the polarizability of the environment of the molecule, which is orienting. And finally, Kirkwood and Fröhlich introduced a further modification where instead of mu square, they introduced the so-called orientation factor GK, which describes the average dielectric dipole moment per number of molecules. And GK describes how much the orientation of the molecules are correlated with each other. GK in water is relatively high, depending on the method how you calculate or measure it. It is around 2.53 in water, which is exceptionally high. And now let's go to see what water does in polymers and how does it influence electrical properties. I would list here just a few cases. There are very low polarity polymers such as polyethylene, polypropylene, where the absorbed water is very small, but it is still present. There are medium polarity polymers such as polyesters, epoxies, polyamides, and so on, which absorb a few percent of water. It influences the modulus and the elongation at break of these polymers and causes toughening, improved toughening, but lower modulus in these polymers. There are high polarity polymers with which have high H bonding ability, such as cellulosic polymers, polyvinyl alcohol, polyethylene oxide, starch, and so on, which can absorb 10% or even more water. And finally, there are hydrogels or polymer electrodes or superabsorbents, for example, which can absorb 10 to 100 or even more percent of water. The effects are different in each case. And also we have to talk a little bit about what does cause in polymer composites. In the case of polymer blends, one of the phases can exhibit preferential absorption and swelling. It also causes plasticization, and in some cases, miscible blends become phase separated in the presence of water. In the case of mineral field polymers, water can be dissolved in the polymer matrix, which causes plasticization, or it can form a separate phase around the matrix material. Can form a separate phase in the matrix at the interface of the filler. It can lead to Maxwell-Wagner or interfacial polarization, or it can be absorbed at the matrix filler interface in an infinitely thin layer. As water may dissolve during, for example, dielectric or conductivity measurements, it is advisable to use various controlled relative humidity atmospheres to study the effect of absorbed water on the electrical properties. Or we can soak the sample into liquid water and measure the water uptake and study its effect on the electrical properties. Well, in the case of dielectric properties, water has a main effect is influencing the glass transition temperature, but it can also have effect on the sub-TG transitions or secondary transitions. It can lead to interfacial polarizations because of the conductivity difference between the filler and the surrounding water. If there are ions, it can cause additional ion cloud relaxation because of the dissolved cations and anions. And the adsorbed hydrogen bonded water network can lead to separate own relaxation processes. In the conductivity, it can cause ionic conductivity and percolation if the fillers form a percolation network, and it can contribute to the electropolarization processes, or in the case of high voltage insulation materials, to space charge formation. And it, of course, it also influences breakdown strength. This sample is not from my own research. This is an example from a Japanese group. If we want to consider the plasticization effect by water in medium polarity polymers, we have to consider the cohesive energy density. In the left-hand side table, you can see on the left-hand side some liquids, on the right-hand side some polymers. The closer the cohesive energy density of the polymer to water, which is exceptionally high, the higher the degree of swelling and the higher the effect on the glass transition temperature. On the right-hand side, you can see that the addition of water or the absorption of water increases the polarity of the swollen polymer, and it also shifts the relaxation loss maximum towards lower temperatures. This can be, in the simplest case, approximated by, for example, by the Fox equation, well known for binary polymer mixtures. Now I come to my own results, older ones. I was at the University of Massachusetts in the 1980s, where I started my studies. Sorry. Okay. We studied polyethylene calcium carbonate mixtures with Professor Karras. One group of the samples were produced by DuPont by polymerizing ethylene gas on the surface of calcium carbonate by putting the polymerization catalyst on the surface of the filler. This led to very high molecular weight polyethylene chains, which were practically grafted onto the filler surface. And this allowed to achieve very high filler content, up to 60%. In the left-hand side, you can see a sample which contained 62% by weight calcium carbonate. And here you can see the dependence of permittivity on the temperature of 3 samples. The uppermost is sample A was okay. So sample A was stored under ambient conditions. Sample B was dried as much as possible, and sample C shows the pure polyethylene. It is very interesting that difference between other systems where the frequency maximum shifts with temperature. Here you can see that we can observe one maximum of the permittivity, which does not depend on frequency. The reason for this is that during the measurement, the water begins to evaporate from the sample. So we have a combined effect of relaxation and desorption of the water. On the right-hand side, we see dielectric losses of another sample, which contained simple, normal calcium carbonate treated with stearic acid. And these were also conditioned under ambient conditions. And here you can see very well that during heating, again, we have seen a maximum in the loss. The lower the frequency, the higher the loss. And on cooling, we could observe a constantly decreasing dielectric loss. This again is due to the gradual desorption of water from these samples. So when we are measuring dielectric properties of samples which have water in it, we have to be aware of the fact that the presence of water changes not only the dielectric properties, but also desorb during the measurement itself if we perform temperature-dependent measurement. These two figures just show that if we expose the sample to either to water vapor, or if we immerse the samples into liquid water, then we can see that the frequency-dependent permittivity or loss depends on the amount of absorbed water. The higher the water content, the higher the dielectric loss attributable to water. It also, this figure shows that on the left-hand side that water vapor and liquid water does not cause the same increment in these samples. So we have to distinguish absorbed water vapor and absorbed liquid water. On the right-hand side, I have plotted the Cole plot, which in normal dielectric materials would be a semicircle. Here we can see an interesting Cole plot consisting of two parts, two straight parts. One is a higher slope, the other is a lower slope. You can see again that the absorbed water in vapor form and in liquid form leads to different Cole curves, but again, similarly to the normal Cole curve, where the parameter is the frequency, here you can shift all measurement points together into a single Cole plot, which I would call instead of time frequency or time temperature superposition principle, it can be called hygroscopic or whatever superposition principle, which shows that it is a scalable phenomenon similarly to the change of frequency. Later, we moved to other materials. Here, I would like just to show that here we studied polypropylene, again, a material absorbing low amounts of water, that if we apply both calcium carbonate and stearate surface treatment, again, we see a maximum in the dielectric permittivity versus temperature on heating and a decreasing difference on cooling. But here, in addition to water, we can see also another relaxation process shown in the right-hand side, which is attributable to the presence of the stearate component as well. So it is more complicated than if simply only water is present in the system. Okay, if we are studying higher polarity polymers, again, this figure is taken from Japanese research workers, we can see that a higher amount of water, if we cool down the sample, can be frozen within the system, but this freezing temperature is not exactly the same as in the case of liquid water, as the mobility of the water molecules are limited by the presence of the polymer network. You can see that, for example, both the change in the dielectric constant and the relaxation time shows an abrupt decrease or change when we go down to with the temperature and let the sample freeze. And this, so we have to distinguish between so-called free water that can freeze and the bound water which cannot change only in relation to the polymer main chain. Okay, so when we go to high voltage insulation materials, such as, for example, cable materials, we can say that there are several properties which are influenced by the presence of water, such as dielectric loss, especially low frequency loss, conduction caused by protons and other ions. Water can act as a kind of trap in high voltage insulating materials, which can bind electrons and change the DC conductivity of the system. And it also influences the breakdown strength. If there is also a filler in the cable material, it can adsorb at the polymer filler interface. And if the larger amount of filler is present, then due to the filler interconnectedness, percolation phenomena can also appear. Okay, in a high voltage or medium voltage cables, there is a phenomenon called water treeing, which causes most of the breakdowns in cables. Here, just you can see the physical picture or the electron microscopic, so not electron microscopic, optical microscopic picture of this phenomenon. And you can also see that you have on the right-hand side, you can see that you should distinguish between the water tree and the electrical tree. Electrical tree is present also in completely dry polyethylene sample, but water tree is present only if in the cable, if the cable is used in a wet environment. Water treeing is very important because it causes a lot of failure. There is a need for an inhomogeneous electrical field to appear. There is a need for temperature variation, which causes phase separation of water. There has to be water in the environment to take up water. Ions must be present. It also leads to the leach out of antioxidants from the polyethylene, which protects the polyethylene from further oxidation. It increases both the dielectric loss and the leakage current. And the interesting thing is that the vesicles themselves are not contacted to each other, but lead to oxidation. And after drying out, it leads to the electrical tree and finally to final breakdown of the cable sample. Here I just also take another example from the literature that the presence of fillers make a change if there is a water in the environment of the cable. If you use a non-filled cable sample, that is the leftmost series of samples, there is almost no difference in the DC breakdown strength of dry, ambient, stored, and wet samples. But for example, in the case of silicon nitride, or in the case of silicon dioxide, or alumina, there is a great change. The higher the humidity, usually the worse the breakdown strength, which is understandable. Here is just a very simplified view how the breakdown phenomenon occurs in a sample which is dry and when it is filled with water. As my time is running out, I will rather go further. I would like just to mention that in many structures, in high voltage insulation structures, we use glass fiber reinforced resins, where the glass fibers are usually parallel, and water can diffuse along the filler matrix interface. It can increase higher currents and also breakdowns. Dissolved ions also increase loss. And if there is a gap between the fiber and the matrix, we can get even nitrous gases, which can cause corrosion of the glass fibers, and this causes the so-called brittle fracture of high voltage insulators. And also, as I shown before, the breakdown strength also decreases with increasing water content. Well, very briefly about another phenomenon called electrical erosion, which is the main breakdown process for composite insulators, which contain polymeric sheds. If we have I just show you the model. If we have a polymer insulation housing and we have deposited contamination, there will be a leakage current in the top layer covered by water, which leads to the evaporation of water and leads to dry band arcing, so a small but deteriorating effect which eats away gradually the polymer layer and causes breakdown. Here it is how it looks like a composite insulator, which is in the beginning is totally hydrophobic, but due to this dry band arcing, it can be fully wetted by water and leads to earlier breakdown. Okay, I will not go into this. Here I just show you that there is a standardized test method in which we apply the insulating material to be studied, and we dropwise add ionic contaminant containing solution to the surface, and you can see the progress of this dry band arcing leading to final failure of the insulating material. I have done a lot of such tests and it was very interesting. But if we want to really study the long-term behavior of composite insulators, we have to apply a very complex aging schedule in which we combine dry and wet and UV irradiation, without irradiation, recovery periods, and so on. And this test goes on for 5,000 hours. And from the change in the leakage current on the surface, you can make a more or less good estimate for the expected lifetime of your insulator. There are some other tests which lead to much earlier failure, but it cannot be really converted into expected lifetimes. So I would like to finish by time. So my conclusions are that water plays a very special role in the electrical properties of polymers because of its special properties, and humidity conditioning is very important when we are doing tests on water absorbing polymers. Sometimes I wonder when I see the papers, for example, on cellulosic materials and things like that, and the authors do not tell anything about conditioning. And last part of my presentation have shown that humidity has very important consequences in high voltage engineering. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor. Any question?
Yes, Professor Bhattacharya, I would like to ask
please,
something.
madam, please.
Thank you, Professor. It was a really nice talk and very interesting for me. I'm not asking a question related with your presentation. Instead, I am trying to get your expert comment on some of my problems. I think that I am audible, Professor Bhattacharya.
Yes.
Okay. Actually, we are working on starch electrolytes in which polymer water is present both as an interchannel and in the bonding condition both. So can you suggest that dielectric measurement can differentiate between these two?
Dielectric measurements can tell you a lot of details about the wetting or other water uptake process, but not directly. So you have to combine usually DSC, TG, DMA, and other methods together or infrared and so on to get real answers. But once you have the correlation, sometimes it is very good as a kind of quality control method to compare different materials or to compare different levels of water absorption in polymers.
Okay,
I don't know whether I answered your question or
actually I was because starch material has lots of already OH bonds. So differentiating on the basis of IR is little bit difficult because whether OH of the starch or OH of the polymer is little bit tricky to understand. So that's why I was asking that if dielectric can help it there.
Well, probably, I do not know, but I have read papers where the ionic liquid addition to polymers and the plasticizing effect was studied in great depth. Probably there are similarities between water and ionic liquids in this sense, but it's not the same. But anyway, please, if you have my email address, please describe me in more detail and I will be more than happy to discuss it with you.
Thank you, Professor, for such a nice.
So I stop sharing so that you can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next speaker is Professor Maria Manuela Silva from Portugal. Professor Maria is a professor in Center of Chemistry, Department of Chemistry, University of Minho, Braga. She will be talking on solid polymer electrolytes for future smart windows. Professor Maria, please.
Hello, thank you very much for Sherman. Thank you also for the invitations. It is a pleasure for me to present some results. Thank you. I hope the pandemic situation in India is better. I hope. Okay. And let's to start my presentations. I'm professor in University of Minho, Braga in Portugal. And I will speak about electrochromic devices. My presentations, I will give some introduction, some motivation of our study. I will give some details about preparation of materials, and then I will show you some examples of my studies. Okay. Building represent the largest energy consuming sector in the economy, half of which corresponding to the power spent of heating, ventilations, air conditions, and artificial lighting systems. Buildings were responsible for 14% of the energy consumed in the European Union. Also, the situation is very similar for United States for the total energy demand. I will show you a movie for our motivations work.
Sage glass presents a brilliant way to gain full control over the sun. In projects around the world, architects and building owners are using sage glass to control sunlight without shades, blinds, or louvers, effectively managing solar glare and heat gain while maintaining a connection to the outdoors. Sage glass is electronically tintable glass for windows, skylights, and curtain walls. At the push of a button or automatically as part of the building management system, Sage glass lets you change the daylight and solar heat gain that enter a room. With an unprecedented level of control over the sun, Sage glass can reduce energy consumption, make your buildings more sustainable, and improve the comfort and well-being of the people inside. That's why we say our glass isn't designed for buildings. It's designed for people. The people who work, learn, and live in your buildings. Today, Sage glass has been installed in hundreds of buildings, including commercial offices, schools, libraries, museums, and more. At Ball State University, facilities manager Gary Canaday used Sage glass to transform an ordinary residence hall into a welcoming space where students could happily live, learn, and socialize.
We needed to darken the space on demand, but we didn't want to cut off the connection to the outdoors. Sage glass is the ultimate daylighting solution.
Today, Doherty Hall is a vibrant center of campus life that is as energy efficient as it is inviting. Sage glass is equally at home in commercial designs where sustainability is paramount. That's why architect Randall Vaughn chose Sage glass for Siemens wind turbine facility.
Sage glass enabled us to create a showcase building with an abundant use of glass without compromising the project's sustainability goals.
Sage glass provided an elegant solution because it dynamically changes from clear to a tinted state, allowing light to enter without creating unwanted glare or heat gain. The energy-efficient properties of Sage glass helped enable the Siemens building to achieve LEED Gold certification while beautifully merging aesthetics and sustainability. Why not discover all the brilliant ways Sage glass can help you save energy, make your building more sustainable?
This is, of course, this is our motivations. If you would like to make an ideal smart window, reflecting the near infrared light in warm days and allowing it to enter in cold days. This is an ideal smart window while remaining transparent in the visible regions in both climate conditions. This is our goal. And we use a technological idea to use solid polymer electrolytes. Why we use solid polymer electrolytes? Because these ion conducting polymers are candidate for components, also advanced batteries, fuel cells, and of course, solid state displays, as I show you for electrochromic devices. Polymer electrolytes are solvent-free system in which the ionically conducting phase is formed by dissolving situable guest souls in a higher molecular weight host matrix. And what is the advantages to use these solid polymer electrolytes? Aqueous electrolytes can be used in lithium cells. Solid polymer electrolytes can be used for separator and electrolytes. The structures of the cells can be simplified. also for batteries, and of course also for electrochromic devices. Liquid electrolysis poses safety problems associated with loss of electrolytes. I of course start use in my PhD and many years traditional polymers, but now I used and I try to use several natural macromolecules, and in my lab I use, for example, chitosano, I use silk, I use gelatin, I use agar, and many others natural macromolecules for environments, of course, conditions. These materials are also, in most cases, almost predominantly amorphous. It's better for ionic conductivity, and in this table you can see some ionic conductivities for different systems that I study in my lab. And as you can see, the values is very good for sometimes for electrochromic devices, but also there are many others for batteries. And the preparation of these materials are not difficult. We can use, for example, salt gel methodology, or also we can use solvent depositions methods, and here you can see the structures of electrochromic devices, but I will speak a little bit in other as stated. Okay, and let me show different systems that I will make in my lab. This system is obtained with gelatin and another polymer, a biopolymer, polycaprolactone. And the most conductivity membrane synthesis using salt gel methods with polycaprolactone still show higher conductivity of 10-5 and 10-4 at 25 and 95 centigrade. This high ionic conductivity can be explained by the small size and well delocalized charge of the cyano-based ionic liquids. The delocalizations of the charge produce weak ion-ion interactions, leading to higher ionic conductivity. And what about thermal analysis? As you can see in this acetate, the materials are predominantly amorphous because I show in different scanning calorimetry and X-ray diffraction. The materials are predominantly amorphous, and this property is better for ionic conductivity. Also, we need measured transmittance for these materials, and the maximum transmittance difference was for this system 24% at 6 500 nanometers. At 500 nanometers, the difference was 14%. Okay. The other system that I will study in the last 5-6 years is used Kituzano and Samario. Why I use Samario, and of course also I use other lanthanide ions. I also would like to produce prototypes with luminescent properties. And because Samario, of course, is bigger and the conductivity sometimes is not so good. And then we used glycerol to improve the conductivity. In this case, that you see in this acetate, the increase in glycerol amount promotes an increase in ionic conductivity by 2 and 1 order of magnitude. Of course, we cannot add it more glycerol because we need materials with good mechanical properties. Thermal analysis, we cannot see the transitions, vitreous transitions, and the lack of any thermal event in the range -16 to about 120 centigrade temperature, which is in an indications the samples are predominantly amorphous. Samples produce an endothermic event about 120 centigrade. A closer examinations reveals difference in the peak area and the positions of this endotherm. These differences are related to the amount of salts and also amount of glycerol used in the preparations of the sample. The area of the peak is reduced in the samples with 0.20 grams, leading to the increase in the amorphous content, and so an increase in conductivity values. The different calorimetry curves of the samples with 0.10 and 0.25 grams also display very similar shapes, and they have very similar conductivity values around room temperature. One large endothermic peak can be seen in figure B, and it was attributed to water release due to both hydrophilic nature of Kituzano and salt. Of course, this quantity of water is not so big because the water, of course, influence the conductivity of these samples, and we reduce this kind of water and other solvents, of course. A sample was then chosen to assemble a small electrochromic devices with these configurations. Of course, we study many compositions of the samples, and we choose the best one to make these prototype devices. In this case, we use glass, but also we can use the polymer to make devices, a flexible devices. Also, we can use this kind of materials, and we use electrodes in tin oxide, and we put the electrolytes and counter electrodes. Typical cycle voltammograms of these electrochromic devices recording during the 10 and 500 chrono and parametrical cycles at 100 millivolts per second scan rate are shown in the next figure. Here we can see the cycle voltammograms of electrochromic devices. And a large cathodic peak is observed at minus 1.2 volts, and a large anodic peak has its maximum centered at 0.3 volts. During the first 10 cycles, there is also a small shoulder at 2.0 volts associated with another oxidation process, probably due to the electrolytes used. The observed cathodic peak was associated with the reductions of tungsten oxide and the charge of color to blue. On the other hand, the reversible potential promotes anodic reactions that are attributed to the blanching of the tungsten oxide, and the device returns to its initial state, transparent. Okay? Tungsten oxide is one of the most studied electrochromic materials, but we can use others. The peak potential is scan rate dependent, and increased in the scan rate promotes an increase of both reductions and oxidation peak current, and the shift to more negative and positive potentials. In the diffusion control process, the peak current is proportional to the square root of the voltammetric scan rate, and the relationship is this one, okay? And anodic and cathodic peak versus scan rate, figure A, and versus square root, figure B, of the voltammetrical scan rates were plotted, as we can see in this acetate. And as we can see, a linear relationship is observed, which indicated that insert of samarium, of course, also can have protons into tungsten oxide coating is limited by solid state diffusing process. For the 10th cycle, the insert charge at minus 2.8 volts reach 1.5 in 50 seconds. It's very fast. However, for the 500 cycles, a reduction to 0.5 is observed. Okay. Another polymer that I used is silk. As you can see, is very transparent. For silk, I used 2 lithium salts, LiTFSI and LiBF4. As you can see, for silk with LiTFSI, the value of charge density suffer a reductions of about 24%, okay, for 5,160 cycles. For LEBF4 with silk electrolytes, and after 4,500,000 cycles, the value of charge density decrease of about 31%, okay, as you can see in this acetate. As you can see the difference of the transmittance is not so big in this system. Sometimes we can use this, for example, in other applications that not smart windows. Here you can see spectral transmittance, optical density charts, contrast ratio, and color efficiency of these two system devices. Okay, the color efficiency is not very higher, because it's it is a range 4 and 6%. The polarized optical microscopy evidence the existence of chitosan filaments or pieces that were not properly dissolved and in acetic acid. Nevertheless, this undissolved materials was undetected at naked eye. The polarized optical microscopy image also highlight the existence of liquid drops in the membranes containing glycerol and or ionic liquids. Excessive amount of these additives made exudate of the membrane surface. Here you can see the schematic representation of electrochromic devices and used hydrogels, okay? And also we can use, okay, I have 5 minutes, thank you. I will quickly, sorry. This is the schematic representation of electrochromic devices, transparent. This kind of conductor is transparent also to infrared light. This is very, very interesting materials for future smart windows. Here you can, I will show a small movie to color it, the prototypes, okay? It's very, very fast, okay? Optical transmitters is a function of wavelength of the electrochromic devices, hydrogels films in the electrolytes. These electrochromic devising during the chrono and parametric assays showed a higher transmittance decrease in the visible region, especially in the green and in the red regions of the visible spectrum, and moderate decrease in the near region. Here we can see other system. It is a cover of my paper. Is a very nice, and we can use this system in different kinds of climate. And I will don't speak this system, but it is a hybrid organic inorganic materials, is is amorphous. They have amorphous morphology, and the conductivity is so interesting for this kind of applications. Here you can see the visible transmittance, and you can see also very flexibility of the materials. Here we have another cover picture of this kind of hybrid organic inorganic materials, and the different properties of this kind of materials. Okay, these materials are transparent also in the near infrared light. Okay, and I will show some conclusions. The electrochemical windows, thermal stability and conductivity is adequate for an application in a solid state electrochromic devices, and has a good open circuit memory, and the results are encouraging to improve the system to applications in other prototypes electrochromic devices. And of course, I will acknowledge the University of Minho, and also another to the organizing committee and Professor Swing. I would like to thank, and sorry about my timing, and university, and is in my lab. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Maria. Thank you for such an elaborative explanatory talk. So nice of you. If there is any question, I have one query.
Yes.
What is the recovery time of these displays?
The recover time for recover?
Yeah. Yes.
It is very fast. 10 seconds.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's very, very fast.
And multiple cyclability is possible.
Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
That's very good. Very good.
It
So
depends.
Nice.
It depends because we have different systems, but we have some. It's very quickly some of them.
So nice. Thank you very much, Professor Maria.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I will.
The next speaker in this series is Professor Ana Flavia Nogueira from Brazil. Hello, Ana. Good to see you after a long gap.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. So for the audience, let me introduce Professor Ana. Ana Flavia Nogueira obtained her bachelor's degree in chemistry from University of Sao Paulo in 1996 and master's in 1998. Obtained her PhD in chemistry from the University of Campinas in 2001. She worked as a postdoctoral fellow at Imperial College during 2001-2002 and as visiting researcher at Stanford University during 2017-18. Presently, she is professor in chemistry at Institute of Unicamp and director of the Center for Innovation on New Energies, CINE. Professor Nogueira's research focuses on the development of functional nanomaterials and their application in solar energy conversion. She has experience in the field of perovskite solar cells, perovskite quantum materials, and dense energy carriers, especially for the generation of solar fuels through photoelectrocatalytic systems using water, carbon dioxide, and other low added values substrates. She has published more than 145 papers, 7 book chapters, 1 book, and has 3 patents to her credit. The Laboratorio di Nanotecnologia e Energy Solar, LNES, founded in 2005, has leadership in dye-sensitized organic solar cells and perovskite solar cell research in Brazil and Latin America. We had a chance to hear you in 2014, some intermediate contacts also, and again, welcome back. eagerly waiting to hear you. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Bhattacharya. It's a real pleasure for me to speak here. Of course, we are supposed to be gathered in India this time. Unfortunately, because of pandemic, here you are. But I'm looking for my next trip to India.
Sure.
Soon. Hope this year, maybe. Let's see.
Yes, sure.
So I'd like to thank all the organizers of the conference, especially you, Professor Pramod. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. And this morning, Brazil here, it's 8:30 a.m. Okay, let's start. Let me share my screen. So please, can you see my screen here?
Yes, we can.
Everything's fine?
Perfect.
Shall we start?
Please.
Okay. So today I'm going to talk about metal halide perovskites, a journey through structure, properties, and stability of these fantastic materials. This is one of the hot topics, not only in the area of photovoltaics, but also in the area of photonics. But before, let me show where I'm from. So this is it's a CM image of, let's say, Latin America, maybe. So here is Brazil. This yellow dot is Campinas. We are in the southeast part of the state of São Paulo, where we have, this is the campus of my university, University of Campinas. It's a quite young university where I think we are now 55 years old. Also, as Professor Bhattacharya mentioned, also in Campinas, we have the CINI, that's the Center for Innovation on New Energy. So please take a look, visit our website and follow us on the social media. So this is one of the biggest initiatives between the São Paulo Science Foundation and a private company, in this case was Shell, where we are developing 4 different programs about dense energy carriers, for instance, hydrogen or photo conversion of CO2, batteries, methane to products, and computational chemistry. And now I'm the current director of the center, and we are very open to collaborate with my colleagues here in India. So please take a look in our recent launch website. So in my group in Campinas, so my background is actually in dye cells and organic solar cells, but most of my students, they now are focusing more on perovskite solar cells. I have few students still working on perovskites, quantum dots for light emission applications. And also we are looking at some new materials, new photoanodes for water splitting, but not only break the water molecule, maybe to break other biomass molecules in order to generate hydrogen, what we call like green hydrogen. But today I'm going to talk about the perovskite solar cells research in our group. But before, let me close my windows. Okay. So before, let's introduce the problematic that we are facing now. I like to open my lectures with this statement from Professor Barack Obama, when he said that the trend towards clean energy is something that is reversible. I think everybody agrees with that, especially because of the climate change. Just look at the social challenge that we're facing, and the new generations we're gonna face as well. In 2017, we're gonna be more than 10 billion people. And if you can see, we have to double the energy demand to close to 1,000 exajoules. And I think everybody agrees that by 2070, also we need to decrease the CO2 emissions and have what we call like net zero emission scenario. So is that possible? I hope so. And if you look at the question is the future renewable? If you look at this Shell Sky scenario, you're gonna see that Shell is predicting that by 2020, 32% of the whole energy comes from solar, okay? And then you have here wind like 13%, nuclear 11%. So this is gonna be like more than half of over the energy demand. So solar is going to be definitely really important in the future. And the question, how is about the challenge in solar energy revolution? Because you know that the silicon, the PV market is totally dominated by the silicon. The technologically is intensive and energy consuming. So we need to move to new emerging technologies in order to cope with this, all of this challenge. And so how can science and innovation can bring us closer to this goal? So here where the perovskite solar cells stand, this is a very nice example of where they put all of these all of the PV technologies in this NRL chart. You're going to see that the perovskite solar cells has recently reached the efficiency of 25.5%. That is even higher than the polycrystalline silicon. If you look at the perovskite solar cells golden triangle, you can see here where we take into account cost, efficiency, and lifetime. We see that we are actually very well in terms of cost, also in terms of efficiency, but we still have a problem with the lifetime. And at the end of my talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we can somehow to improve the lifetime of these perovskite solar cells. So the outline of my talk, I'll give you a brief introduction about these metal halide perovskite materials, a semiconductor with fantastic properties that are always surprising us. And the recent contributions from our group, where we decided a couple of years ago, we decided to couple in situ experiments with stream control light in order to understand crystalline structure, perovskite film formation, and degradation. Okay, so perovskite describes a crystal structure. This is the crystal structure of the calcium titanate. So the generic formula is ABX3. The difference from the more, let's say, the well-known perovskites, that in case of oxygen, as the anion here, you have halide, you can have like bromide, you can have iodide. So B, this is the divalent cation, is in most of the case is lead, but also you can have tin. And pay attention at the A site. The A site is a monovalent cation that can be organic and inorganic, or you can have a mixture of organic and inorganic cations like formamidinium, methylammonium, cesium, and rubidium. The most famous perovskite is the MAPI. So MAPI is the methylammonium lead iodide perovskite. But most of the efficient solar cells are made by combining different cations and different anions. This is and when you combine all of these anions, using, for instance, this one configuration of the device, you can use, for instance, tin oxide as electron transport layer. This one is the highest efficiency reported so far from my colleague Juan Pablo in Georgia Tech. We can reach about 25% in efficiency using these different cations on the A site and this tin oxide as an extraction layer. So let's point some important properties of the perovskite. I'm not going to through all of them, but just a few of them I think they're most important. These materials have a really high absorption coefficient, especially if you compare with silicon. So then it's possible to make devices with the thickness of about 400 nanometers. You can tune the band gap, not only playing with the A site, but also playing with the halide substitution. And most of defects in the perovskites are shallow. As I can see here, when you look at the band gap, for instance, look at here at this figure. Let me just switch on. Let me just switch on here my laser point. As you can see here, you can tune the band gap just playing with the halide and with the A side. I think someone is talking here.
Others, please mute.
Okay. So you can see here, you can tune the band gap just playing with, in this case here, playing with the halide substitution Okay, so this is something very interesting for these materials. As I mentioned before, if you look at the absorption coefficients of the silicon, you can see here there's much higher. The perovskite is much higher than the silicon, even higher than the gallium arsenide. That is also a direct band gap. When we talk about defects, as I mentioned before, these materials are very defect-tolerant materials. This is because if you look at for instance, gallium arsenide and cadmium telluride semiconductors, you see that the traps are really inside of the band gap. In the case of the materials, these traps are very close to or the conduction band or very close to the valence band. This is because of the chemical nature of these perovskites. You can see these shallows are like, we can say like they're not so harmful to the device performance. So this is very interesting. Also, we can prepare these materials in different dimensions. For instance, this is the book, this is the same image of the book mapping, but also you can prepare these materials as 0D quantum dots. In this case, quantum dots of cesium, lead, bromide. You can have even molecular perovskites. You can have like 2D. 2D are now is also a very hot topic, 2D perovskites. You can have 2D and a big crystals, but also you can have 2D like, for instance, like nanoplates. So in the case of 2D, they're very interesting also for light emitting applications. So in terms of device structures, you can see here that you can have the perovskites as many different configurations. The most, let's say, the most used one is this one that reminds the Dyson style solar cells, where you have, for instance, the glass FTO, electron transport layer that can be TiO2 or can be, for instance, tin oxide. Then you have a mesoporous TiO2 layer here, where you have the perovskites. On the top, you have a whole transport layer, and then a top contact electrode. And then you can also have applications not only in solar cells, but also in light emitting diodes, lasers, and X-ray detectors. So how do perovskite solar cell works? As I mentioned before, we have a very thin film of the perovskite that is sandwiched between an electron transport layer and a whole transport layer. Then you have one of the electron transport layer, for instance, can be deposited in a glass FTO where light is shining on through. And then the top contact is gold. You can see here, it will generate electrons and hole pairs. Electrons are moving to the FTO, or moving to the TiO2 contact, while holes are moving to the, for instance, spiral and the gold contact. In this case, you generate current and you generate photovoltage. And about the perovskites in the market. So this company here, Oxford PV, is claiming that next year, they are going to be the first company to sell this next generation of solar cells. In this case, they are planning to launch not only the perovskite solar cells, but a combination with silicon that we call like tandem, with efficiency close to 30%. Just something I think is all very interesting to say about the perovskites, just a curiosity, because 35 kilos of perovskite generates the same amount of power as 7 tons of silicon. This is quite impressive. When you talk about only the perovskites, the record is from Panasonic, when they have this large module with 800 square centimeters, where they claim that the efficiency is about 16%. And also in this project with Shell, also we're developing our solar module. So our goal is to reach 20 by 20 centimeters of rigid perovskite solar module. Okay, let's talk more about science and what we are doing in Campinas. The synchrotron light is definitely a very powerful tool in order to characterize materials. This is because the synchrotron light that is produced when the electrons are actually moving in the synchrotron ring at speed of light. When these electrons, they pass through this bending magnet, what they say, what happens here is like they produce light. This will call like synchrotron light or synchrotron radiation. Is a very high flux radiation monochromatic, with high brightness. We can tune the energy you're gonna see from the infrared to the X-ray. And the signal to noise ratio is really, really high. And most of the techniques are based on X-ray, but you're gonna see that you can also use, for instance, the UV or the visible and even the infrared light from the synchrotron. All the results that I'm going to present here were acquired in the old machine, UVX, that was turned off in August 2019. And we are very excited to start, we hope so, next semester in August, to start to use the new machine. The Sirius is a 4th generation. The Sirius is only 10 minutes from our campus, so we have a strong collaboration with many researchers in the synchrotron, and I am happy to say that the first perovskite samples were already tested with success in the Sirius machine. So what's interesting from the synchrotron is that we can combine in situ or operando experiment with synchrotron light, from X-rays to infrared. So this is very interesting for the perovskite materials, because these techniques, when you combine synchrotron with in situ or operando experiments, we can, for instance, track the beginning of the formation of the perovskite in solution. We can track the formation of the perovskite film. We can follow the perovskite crystallization during thermoannealing, and also we can probe the initial steps of perovskite degradation. I'm going to give you 2 examples how these techniques are really powerful in order to understand about this, understand more about these perovskite materials. In terms of crystalline structure, it's important to define what we call like structural stability. Structural stability is defined as the ability of material exist in a phase, a crystalline phase, suitable for a photovoltaic application. So if you look at mapping, that the most used perovskites, the one with methyl ammonium cation, you're gonna see that you can move, for instance, at the room temperature, you have the perovskites that crystallize in tetragonal structure. If you lower the temperature, you can go to orthorhombic, or if you increase the temperature, you can go to cubic perovskites. But what's interesting from this special of these hybrid perovskites, that we don't see much difference in band gap, mobility, or carrier lifetime when you have this transition, for instance, from orthorhombic to cubic. And even we don't see any changes in the device performance. However, when we are talking about the perovskite with formamidinium, not methyl ammonium, now we have formamidinium in the A side, things are different. This is the state of art of the perovskite. This is the best, let's say, this is the best composition nowadays, because this perovskite here with formamidinium has it has a really ideal band gap, very close to silicon. The problem with these perovskites, of course, always they must have a problem, is that this perovskite, this called like formamidinium lead iodide, at room temperature, this perovskite crystallizes in what we call like hexagonal phase. It means that if you remember, in order to be perovskite, has to be cubic. So these hexagonal phases, because all of these octahedric here are not connected, are not good for photovoltaic applications, not even for light emitting applications. So how we can somehow try to solve this problem, because I have ideal perovskite that I really want to use, but at room temperature you cannot have a perovskite in a stable form. If you remember, when we were talking about perovskites, if you remember the Goldsmith tolerance factor, it's just an empirical formula here where you can actually predict if a perovskite has a cubic or non-cubic phase. And this is gonna depend on the size of the A cation and the size of the B cation and even the size of the anion. So the rule is something like that. If T is around from 1 to 0.9, then you have perovskites in a cubic or less distorted structure, for instance, orthorhombic. If T is higher than 1 or is lower than 0.7, then you have the perovskites on a what we call a non-perovskite phase, for instance, hexagonal phase. But what's interesting is like if we add small amounts of small cations in this ideal perovskite from a medium lead iodide perovskites like cesium, rubidium, or even small amounts of methyl ammonium, this is what we can do. We can bring this tolerance factor to the range where the perovskite is actually cubic. This is why most of the efficient perovskite solar cells contains formamidinium with a little bit of cesium, sometimes rubidium, or even amount of methyl ammonium. So then you can see here that this brings you not only increase the efficiency, but also you increase the stability here in terms of humidity. And here, if you compare, for instance, under full illumination, you can see here that these perovskites that contain a minimum amount of cesium are even more stable. Okay, so I hope that I explained for you why we have these mixed cations perovskite. So this is needed in order to have a very stable phase. But one of the problems that we are tracking when I was in Stanford was the light-induced segregation. Is a very common phenomena in these mixed allied perovskites, especially when you have different anions, when you mix, for instance, bromide with iodide. So this is the situation that you have in the dark. But after continuous visible irradiation, this is what we have at the end. We have allied segregation. It means that I have regions where it's rich in bromide and regions when are rich in iodide. This is very easy to track by PL measurements. You can see here that when you start to shine light, you start to see the formation of this. This is the emission from the region rich in iodine, because the band gap of iodine is lower. So then you see, this is a very easy way to track this. But what we observed that in Stanford, it was some compositions are very stable against light-induced segregation. So what we did was several studies using in situ experiments and coupled with X-ray diffraction in order to see, try to track which compositions are more stable. And what we observe is that the pure cubic perovskite are not so stable. But when you have some of the compositions where you have some kind of cubic tetragonal phases, and this you can do by varying the composition of the perovskite, then they are very stable. So it's possible to have perovskites that are more stable to this effect, just playing with the composition and of course the crystalline structure. So also at that time we start to, most of the experiments I'm going to show here to the end of my talk, we decide to vary the concentration of cesium and the formamidinium, and also the concentration of the anion from the ratio between bromide and iodide. These are the films as soon as you prepare at the end. Normally, how you can prepare this film, the perovskite film, is very easy. You have only to mix many different salts. Normally use a mixture of DMSO and DMF. I'm going to show here that we can deposit this film using chlorobenzene as an unsolvent or the gas quenching method. Don't worry, I'm going to explain this later. After depositing this film, you just heat the substrate for at 60 Celsius degree for 1 minute, then 100 degrees for half an hour, then you have your film. Let me show you here. So it's very, as I told you, it's very straightforward. You just need to mix the salt. Here, this is for the MAPI. So you mix lead iodide with methyl ammonium iodide, then you have the perovskite. This is one of the most used methods to prepare the perovskite in your lab. So we have the solution, the precursor solution. You have to use a spin coater when you deposit your solution. And just before the end of the spin coating, let's say seconds before you end the spin coating, you have to drop what we call like an anti-solvent. The anti-solvent is going to force the crystallization of the perovskite. And then the last step is just anneal for 100 Celsius degree for 10 minutes. And then you have what we call like the devices. I think I have a video here to show quickly how we can make these films. This was done inside of the glove box. So we are depositing now the solution on a FTO with the electron transport layer already deposited. I think in this case, I think it was tin oxide. So then you can see here, now we're spreading the solution, and now we're going to drop the solvent. Maybe you can see that there's some change in the color when you drop the solvent. You can see now there is a change in the color of the perovskite film. And then you remove the film from the spin coating. There is like a hot plate on the left. You just left this film on a hot plate, as I mentioned, for half an hour. And then this is your perovskite film, okay? So then we decide to get more information about this method. So we went to the synchrotron in Campinas using this technique, what we call like GWOX. It's the grazing incidence wide angle X-ray scattering. So here is what we have at the moment. I think my student, I have a very nice PhD student, together with technicians in the synchrotron in Campinas. They were able to put the spin coating inside of the beam line. And so then we are able to perform the experiment. You can see here, this is the X-ray coming. So this is the spin coating, okay? So then you have the film here, and this is your detector. So what you have here is the X-ray beam is reaching the sample in a very, very low angle. So this is the scattering beam here. The vector between the incident beam and the scattering beam is this vector here, Q. So most of the data that are acquired in these 2D detectors resembles the diffraction cones. You're gonna see it was like many rings, diffraction rings here. Each diffraction rings corresponds, of course, to one plane of the perovskite. So this is it's a very interesting data that you can get from the synchrotron. It's interesting to tell you that you cannot do that in your X-ray equipment in your lab or in your university, okay? You have to go to the synchrotron in order to get these experiments with time, okay? So here you have a plot. We can have the Q. Q is related to theta as a function of the time. So what we see here, so in the beginning of the experiment, we have just like what we call like a blurry signal here. And then as soon as we drop the solvent here, we start to see the formation of this peak here around Q equal to 10. So these diffraction peaks here correspond to the cubic perovskite. Okay, this is another way to plot this intensity versus Q, or intensity as to theta. So this is the peak of the cubic perovskites. But also we see in the beginning a formation of other phases. In this case here, we identify as a hexagonal phase. And more interesting is that you can plot, okay, the intensity of these two peaks is a function of the time. You see here that the beginning, you have the formation of the hexagonal phases, and then the hexagonal phases are disappearing and being converted to perovskites. This data is only possible if you go to the synchrotron. So here it's clear that before forming the cubic perovskite, you have to pass through these hexagonal phases. The other thing that we did in this work was to vary the time to drop the solvent. So this is very interesting, because if you drop the solvent 15 seconds after initiating the experiment, so then you end up with a very nice morphology. But if you don't control much, if you drop the solvent only after 1 minute of starting your experiment, then you end up with a really bad morphology. So it's really important to control the time that you inject the solvent. In this case here, for instance, you don't see the formation of the perovskite at Q equal to 10, but you see the formation of all of other signals. This can be, for instance, hexagonal phases or even intermediate. So it's really important to control. I want to stress here that this anti-solvent method is the most used method to prepare perovskites in the world. So 90% of the labs in the world use anti-solvent. So please be aware that you have to control the time that you drop the solvent. Also, if you don't want to use an solvent, you can use what we call like the gas quenching method. Although instead of dropping chlorobenzene, this is a very toxic solvent, you can replace the anti-solvent, for instance, by a jet of nitrogen and couple this with a blade, what we call like a blade coater technique. Let's see if the video is working now. So you have the precursor solution. So what you do, like you are just passing, you are spreading your solution while you have this nitrogen jet being inserted in this. So these two things are carried out simultaneously. So you are spreading the solution and you are forcing the crystallization with the nitrogen. Then you can get this very, very nice film, as I show, a very shiny film of the perovskite. So this is a very interesting method because it's very scalable. So if you think about to prepare large areas devices, you should go to this blade coating method. We did that. We use this in order to prepare a perovskite solar cells in an inverted configuration. And recently, all the layers were deposited using this technique, and we reached a record of 14% efficiency. So how about the crystallization if you compare this method here with the solvent? So here is the data that I showed you previously. Let me get my pointer back. So this is the data that I showed you before. And now this is the data using the nitrogen flow here. You see that, yes?
Please, time check. We have very limited time.
Oh, okay, so I have 5 minutes, maybe?
Okay.
So what we have here is like you can see here, we see the formation of these hexagonal phases here together with the formation of the perovskites, but you see here that the crystallization is much lower. Okay, as I'm running out of time, I'm just going to show here that the perovskite formations, they actually pass through all of these different hexagonal phases before you have actually the cubic perovskites. And just to finalize here, the question is, what happened at the end when you finalize the preparation of the perovskite? So where are those hexagonal phases? They are still there, okay? Or I have completely eliminate these hexagonal phases when we anneal these films. So this was the last work that I'd like to show here, that it's possible to see if you have or not this hexagonal phase even after preparing the perovskites, because we don't want this perovskite phase. They are actually non-active phases. So we did this. Can you see that? Yes, we did that also using the synchrotron radiation, but in this case, we use the synchrotron, the infrared from the synchrotron. This is a technique where you couple the synchrotron radiation with ICSEM. In this case, we have a 25 nanometers resolution here. With this technique, there is two different data that you can get. Okay, as you have a very nice spatial resolution, we can get what we call like an infrared image of your film. And also you can go point to point. It means that you can choose one of these perovskite grains here and take what we call like point spectrum. These are very nice. You can take just one infrared spectrum of one grain of the perovskites. So we did that. You can see here, this is the infrared spectrum that you can get. These are AFM topography. This is you can you can have the what we call like infrared broadband image, you can see here that the grain, 1 grain of perovskite is not homogeneous. It means that something very interesting to study in future, why the grains are not homogeneous in terms of the infrared. It means that, for instance, in this region here, very close to the grain boundaries, we have much less organic materials than you have, for instance, inside of the grain. Okay, with this technique, we are able to take many single infrared spectrums from the grain, and we are possible to identify all of these greener grains that you can see here. This is the spectrum of each one of the grains. We are possible to identify all of these grains here as that yellow phases that, of course, are non-desired, but it's really hard to avoid them. You can see they are spread all of the films. So in order to increase the efficiency even further, we really need to eliminate these hexagonal phases. So I won't have time to show some data about the degradation, but what I want to show here at the end is like something that I'd like to show is that in terms of perovskites, these hexagonal phases are really important because they are there in the beginning of the formation, but also I didn't have time to show the data on degradation, but also the first, when the perovskite, cubic perovskite starts to degradation, the first phases that you start to see are also hexagonal phases. So we really need to understand more these hexagonal phases and how they play the role here on a perovskite. So with this, I'd like to go to the important remarks from my talk. I think it's, I hope that I convince you that the perovskite materials have extraordinary properties, but of course they are complex, unstable, and compressive in many aspects. The first stage of the perovskite formation is very complex and depends on many parameters. And also this affects, of course, the morphology and devices efficiency. Not less important, the phases that formed after thermal annealing, for instance, the hexagonal phases, they need to be more studied, especially because when you see the degradation, these are the phases that appears first, these hexagonal phases. And I hope that, and I think the synchrotron, when you combine the synchrotron radiation with in situ experiments, this can help us to elucidate some of these problems in the perovskite. So I'd like to thank my groups, my collaborators in the synchrotron in Brazil, and all the funding agencies. And of course, I'd like to thank all of you for this, watching my talk. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I could see a series of questions in the chat box. Maybe quickly I will pick up. It says, have you tried PEO-based solid polymer electrolyte instead of spirometate? If yes, what is the performance of the devices?
We try, I think in the beginning, we try to use polyaniline to replace a spiral, okay? Also, now we are using, for that blade coating device, we are using P3HT, okay? But not polymer electrolyte, because we don't want ions in the whole transport layer, okay? One of the problems with the polyaniline was because the aniline was doped with some salts, and the hysteresis was really high, that it was like the difference between when you go like forward and reverse in the IV curve. This was because it had a lot of ions. So we don't want whole transport materials with ions. We prefer without one.
That gives bigger hysteresis, I think.
But you can also see someone is asking about polyethylene oxide. What we're doing now, I think is very interesting, Bhattacharya, is to use these polymers, polyethylene oxide and all of these polymers that are used as polymer electrolytes as a very thin layer on the top of the perovskite. It's something that we are doing now. You can use, for instance, polyethylene oxide, a very, very thin layer, I mean, nanometer layers of this PEO on the top, because then PEO can prevent water from entering the device, At the same time, you can also passivate you can also passivate the surface of perovskite. Yeah. So what we observe that we observe an increase in open secret voltage because the PEO is actually passivating some of defects, and also we improve also the stability. So this is something very interesting, but only the polymer, the pristine polymer, not with
not electrolyte. Yes.
No.
So the other question says that could you elaborate on the gas quenching versus anti-solvent? If there is any difference between the two methods?
And the P, what he wants to know what about the difference between the two methods?
Gas quenching versus anti-solvent.
Difference in what?
Between these two methods.
Well, we prefer to work with, what the reason that we prefer to work with the gas quenching? First, because we had many problems with our glove box when we use chlorobenzene. Although I have a glove box that was like suitable for depositing all of these toxic solvents, okay, you have to change the filters all the time because of the toxic solvent. So first thing, when you pass through when you go from the solvents to gas quenching, you eliminate the problem of the solvent itself because it's toxic. And the other thing that is nice is the control that you have when you have the nitrogen. Because if you remember my data, if you took much more time to deposit the solvent, you end up with a really bad morphology. So with the nitrogen, you can control more the morphology. And our record in Brazil is 21%. And our record was achieved with nitrogen, with the gas quenching. So if I have to give you advice, okay, which method should I choose? I'll tell you, just go for the nitrogen. Although the crystallization is lower, but this also has some advantage because then the crystals are larger when you have this, okay? It's non-toxic and you can get devices with much higher efficiency.
The last question that I will pick up is, have you tried PDMS, iodide perovskite composite?
Which PDMS, iodide, no, I haven't tried.
Okay, so let us thank again for such a nice talk. So much details. We really love to hear you. Hope to see you sometime.
I hope so. I'm looking forward. Look, please. I'm looking forward to visit you in India again. And I think we need to set a kind of a meeting to discuss future collaboration, especially now because of our center.
Because the one that we have tried.
I think Pramod can organize this. I have. This is my first day of holiday, actually, but I'll be back in 2 weeks. So I think Pramod can organize maybe a Skype meeting or a Google Meet so we can discuss future collaborations.
Sure.
I think, Anna, I wish to say only a few words about Anna. I think there is no difference between myself and Professor Bhaskar Bhattacharya. He feels angry if you say only Pramod. And I think in coming time, in your list of collaborators, we love to see at least anyone Indian group in those lists. I think last
collaborator. We tried in 2018, but somehow it failed. Through that BRICS option, we tried 2018 or 19, but it failed. Anyway. Thank you.
I think our center is really open to I think it's important for our center to initiate some international collaborations, and I think we can get support from the sponsors here. So I think we can try to work with exchange students. It would be very interesting to do, and we can provide some budgets to do that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Over to conveners.
Bye-bye.
Two conveners.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think, sir, now we have another one additional speaker. I think Maria. If Maria is present sometime, and if you have enough time to still chair this session, may I request you to once again invite Maria.
Can you tell me the serial number of her talk?
Yeah, I think she has joined in this session with her name. You can search him. I think Mohit.
I send you a WhatsApp message.
Okay. Okay.
I
I see. Just hold on.
And if you have scheduled with you, then it is IP15 in one.
IP15.
Yeah,
IP15. Julia Perez Prieto.
Yeah.
Is she there?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Ma'am, you have to unmute yourself. Ma'am.
Yes, I am here.
Hey, Julia. Okay.
It has been very difficult to find me because I was in another section. I don't know what happened, but the link I had entered me in the session 1A instead of 1B. And I have tried with different links, and always I was in the 1A. I don't know what happened.
Okay, so the last talk of today's first session, we have Professor Julia Perez Prieto from Spain. She is from the Molecular Science Institute, University of Valencia, Spain. Professor Julia will speak on pH sensors based on intrinsic properties of good nanoclusters. Professor Julia, please.
Comparto pantalla.
Yeah, please.
Ahí está. Ah, no. Ahí está. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Let me choose the pointer. Estaba aquí. Está aquí. Sorry. ¿Dónde está el pointer? Si lo he visto antes. Viendo pantalla. Bueno. Well, I was trying to thank you very much for your kind presentation. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give a talk at this very interesting conference. I will talk about pH sensors based on the intrinsic properties of gold nanoclusters. And sorry, doesn't work. Okay. The outline of my presentation is first talking about general information of gold nanoclusters, later on naked and all inorganic gold nanoclusters and organic capped gold nanoclusters, and finally some applications in sensing of these nanoclusters. Gold nanoclusters are composed from a few to 100 gold atoms and usually have surface organic ligands. Because of the quantum confinement effect, gold nanoclusters with a size of more or less 2 nanometers in the metal core can exhibit discrete energy levels. Then it is possible electronic transitions between the ligands occupied molecular orbital and the lowest or unoccupied molecular orbital to generate optical absorption and luminescence. Depending on the ligands, we can observe different absorption and emissions features. We can see that here the spectra of two thiolate ligands. And in general, we can say that the type of the suitable organic ligands can efficiently hinder aggregation of excessive gold atoms, but not only play this role of confining the nanomaterial, but also affect to the size of the size of the nanoclusters in terms of the confinement, the geometry structure of the gold cores, because affects also the interaction between the ligands and the gold nanoparticles is affected by this by the geometry. I mean, the geometry of the nanoclusters are affected by the ligand also when it is formed, and tuning the electron donating ability of the ligands. In addition, change the energy levels and optical gaps of gold nanoclusters. And electron-rich ligands can promote electron transfer reactions between ligands and metal cores, and this can facilitate the luminescence or not of the gold nanoclusters. Thiolate ligands are the most typical ligands to stabilize gold nanoclusters because of the strength of the gold thiol sulfur bond that is similar to the gold-gold bond. The gold-gold bonds in metal cores can be modified by the bond formation between the gold cores and thiol groups. They have these gold nanoclusters are interesting for targeting, bioimaging, as photosensitizers and sensing, and they usually have very low photoluminescent quantum yields, mainly in thiolates, that most of times they are close to 2 or 3 10% percentage in quantum yield. This is because of the vibration and rotation of molecular chains in organic ligands that cause energy loss through non-radiative transition. And how we can improve these quantum yields? Sometimes changing the type of ligands, namely the anchoring groups on of the ligands. But one very recent way or strategy to increase the quantum yield is surface rigidification of the nanoclusters by introducing counter ions or modifying bulky molecules or capping switteronic ligands that has been demonstrated to significantly enhance the luminescence intensity because they reduce the energy loss through non-radiative transitions. This has allowed to obtain nanoclusters that have quantum yields more than 20% quantum yield, even without rigidification. And this makes them very interesting for sensing, because not only because of the photoluminescence, but also for because of the low toxicity, biocompatibility, and chemical and photochemical stability and e-surface functionalization. Because of that, we became interested in sensing, especially in pH sensing, but linking it to intrinsic sensitivity of the gold nanoclusters to the emission, to its emission to pH. Usually, no one is focused on the change of the emission of the gold nanoclusters, but usually the focus is stress on the fluorophores on the nanoparticle surface. Use these fluorophores not only as the ligands, but also as functional molecules. But our aim was to focus in intrinsic sensitivity of the gold nanoclusters, either the core, because of the core, or because of the interaction in the surface between the ligands and the nanoclusters. We started years ago with the idea of starting with the synthesis of naked gold nanoclusters, and we demonstrated that they are not luminescent. How we did synthesize these nanoclusters? These nanoclusters were very easily synthesized by using water, adding a sodium hydroxide solution to this water, and later on a salt, the salt of the gold salt. And because of the capacity of the hydroxide to reduce the gold salt, we can obtain gold nanoclusters. This procedure was not very efficient in terms of yield. Only around 10% chemical yield was achieved because together with this reaction occurs another one, that is the reaction of the salt, of the gold salt, with different number of hydroxide molecules, and therefore they are not easy to reduce by the hydroxide in these cases. But we managed to obtain a sufficient quantity of these nanoclusters to be studied. We observed this here in the plot A. We can see the, I'll try to, sorry, I will try to point out the presentation, but I cannot, okay. Well, in plot A, we can see the absorption spectrum of the gold nanoclusters, the naked. We can see in the plot B the TEM image of showing the size of these nanoclusters. And in D, we can see the high resolution TEM image of these nanoclusters. As we can see in plot C, or image C, we can see that these nanoclusters are not, has no color and no emission. And because of that, we demonstrated that the naked gold nanocluster are not luminescent. Using these gold nanoclusters, the naked one, we added different ligands. Most of them were thiol ligands, but also we use a mononucleotide that is AMP. We succeeded in the synthesis of the corresponding nanoclusters, and now all of them were fluorescent. Then it means that by passivating the surface of the gold nanoclusters with these ligands, we succeeded in obtaining efficient luminescent gold nanoclusters. The quantum yield was not very high, but it demonstrated that the naked gold nanoclusters were not luminescent, and after adding these ligands, we obtained luminescent nanoclusters. Well, in the literature, we can observe that Stefan Barkowski very recently have reported on the preparation of fully inorganic gold nanoclusters. They prepared these nanoclusters starting from large gold nanoparticles that are plasmonic, and they used laser fragmentation in water to provide, in the presence of sodium hydroxide and hydrogen chloride, these nanoclusters. We can see here in plot on the left that, sorry, I'll try to get, well, it's not possible. Well, now, well. We can see that exciting at 277 nanometers, we observe that some fraction of the nanoclusters had an absorption in 277 nanometers and emitted in were very low emissive, but another fraction had emission in 400 nanometers. Then it means that when you use not naked nanoclusters, but you have passivated somehow these nanoclusters with an inorganic ligand that we presume that are the hydroxy and the chloride, you can obtain nanoclusters that have luminescence. But the photoluminescence quantum yield was as low as 200%. On the left, on the right, we can observe the formation of different diameters, particles of different diameters, and with different emission. But they are not very high emission. It means that the inorganic capping is not so sufficient to provide highly luminescent gold nanoclusters. Well, then we embarked in a new project that was to change the nature of the anchoring group to the nanoparticles, nanocluster surface, in order to study if they can be used to passivate them, but we use dinucleotides because the dinucleotides have two phosphonate groups with different pH acidity. This means that we wanted to test if we changing the pH-D of the gold nanoclusters passivated by this dinucleotide could be used as sensor because of the interaction between the nanocluster surface and the phosphonate could change with the pH. And to synthesize these gold nanoclusters, we started with gold nanoparticles. First of all, you use the gold salt. We added EPES as ligand, combined later with the nucleotide, and we will observe the formation of gold nanoparticles instead of gold nanoclusters. But we use etching with hydrogen chloride in order to obtain the gold nanoclusters. After centrifugation, we separate the pure nanoclusters and we studied their properties. We can see here the comparison between the absorption spectra of the red gold nanoparticles compared with the gold nanoclusters. As expected, the gold nanocluster did not show the plasmon band. The plasmon band had disappeared, and we can see an absorption spectrum with a maximum peak around 330. The idea was now to determine the properties of photoluminescent properties of these gold nanoclusters. What we observed changing the pH was that by using a pH 1, we observed absorption around 350 nanometers, but when we moved to pH 13, it was to a longer wavelength. In terms of the photoluminescence, we observed that in the case of the pH 1, we have a maximum peak at 400 more or less, 420 more or less, and a broad emission. But at pH 13, it moved at 460 more or less. This means that the interaction of the nanoparticle surface with these phosphonates could be the reason of this change with the pH. We know that at very basic pH, both phosphonates are deprotonated, and therefore they could interact with the nanoparticle surface through both phosphonates. However, at pH 1, only one phosphonate group would be deprotonated, and because of that, they change the absorption properties and the emission properties. We have here the representation of the plots. The first plot is how progressively change the emission of the gold nanoclusters at pH 1, change steadily with the pH, and at the end we have the representation. The second plot on the right, we can see the plot of the pH dependence with the intensity of the ratio intensity between the peaks of these plots with the pH, and we obtain a pH plot. We can see here a linear area between more or less 7, 8, close to 9 pH to close to 3 more or less. That is a linear tendency, and because of that, it could be these sensors. These nanoclusters could be used as sensors for pH. In the plot in the below part, we can see the comparison of the gold nanoclusters at pH 1 after one cycle, and we can see that the photoluminescence properties don't change when we go from the pH 1 to pH 12 for several times, for quite a number of cycles. Then it means that this is very good. They are very good for pH sensing in the range I mentioned before. Later on, we were interested in going to another pH range, mostly at a very strong acid media, because it's very difficult to have sensors at the pH. And mostly all the nanoparticles that have been passivated with some type of chromophores are not operative at very acidic pH of the medium. We have here a molecule, a chromophore that is sensitive to the pH. The luminescence is sensitive to the pH, but it's not the radiometric. They don't. They usually.
Julia,
Yes.
You have 5 more minutes.
Pardon?
You have 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then we can see here the behavior when another molecule that the only change was to add the nucleotide with a phosphate, additional phosphate with a very, very low pK, like 0.8. Because of that, we succeeded in, as you can see in the plot on the left, that we can follow the linear tendency change of the ratio between the intensity of the photoluminescent intensity in area that is 0.5 more or less to 2, and also in the basic media. And also this sensing was reversible. We can go from one pH to the other and go back, and we can follow this in buffer solution, in basic solutions, in thyroid salt solutions, and all of them work very, very nicely. Here we have some characterization of them, like XPS, the changes of absorption and emission, and here we can observe the NMR spectra, the phosphorus NMR spectra that allow us to confirm the type of bonding of the phosphonates to the nanocluster surface. And also we measured the quantum yield, and we have quantum yields at pH 0.6 as high as 17.4%. When it's at more basic media, is reduced to 6.3%. To summarize my presentation, I can say that bright the nucleotide capped gold nanoclusters exhibit outstanding fluorescent response to pH. There are capacity arithmetic pH sensors in the range of 3 to 7 and in the ranges of 0.6 to 2.7 and 7 to 10, together with their low toxicity and biocompatibility, make these pH sensors unique. Both types of nanoclusters could be used as radiometric pH sensors. Even at extremely acidic media, we have this one example. And these results demonstrate the potential of changing the chelation degree of multidentate ligands to the nanoparticle surface as a new strategy to build novel radiometric sensors. This is my group. I thank my group also because of their nice work and also the funding received from the Ministry of Economy and Industry and Competitiveness, from the government of Spain and other agencies that have allowed us to work and go on. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much for such a nice talk. Is there any question? I have a query. What is the stability of these ligand-added nanoclusters?
Yeah, they are very, very stable.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't observed. We have observed them for a long time, and they keep quite stable. I can say that with in 1 year or so, or near 1 year, we observed some precipitation of some gold zero, but it takes a long time. Then I presume that are very stable. We can say that are not all the time we wanted to keep in a bottle and keep them for forever, but I can say that they are very stable.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Such a very nice presentation, very nice talk. Thank you.
Thank you to you for your kindness, and because of the troubles it have happened, and I have delayed the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Professor Singh, thank you very much for contacting me and inviting me to give this talk.
Thank Perez. I think time to time we are going to disturb you and again going to invite you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye then.
Bye.
So that is the closure of today's sessions. Over to the organizers.
I think, sir, now for today's session, I am thankful to my senior, you can say Professor Bhaskar Bhattacharya, who has agreed and passed, you can say, such a long time with us. And I think now I am going to formally request my current dean, Professor Syama Banerjee, to let us propose vote of thanks to you especially, so that you are.
Oh, that is great.
Sir, good evening.
Good evening, sir. Good evening.
I have no words to the way I can thank you, because last one stage 6 hours you are sitting like this, and I came to know that you had only 2 apples. Really, actually, Apple doesn't know that one can survive for so long time with only 2 apples, right? So it is really, I mean, it is all your effort that it could, I mean, first day we say that well begun is half done. So first day it was so nice. Since morning you are here, and then, all the sessions went very well.
Yes, yes.
So many deliberations were there, and I mean, it was excellent. So I must thank you, sir.
Oh, so nice.
And all other
Thank
participants.
you.
And sometime we will meet, even situation becomes under control, then we'll meet physically also.
Sure.
Because I have heard so many things regarding you. And there's a Bengali song you must be knowing. তারে আমি চোখে দেখিনি, তার অনেক গল্প শুনেছি, গল্প শুনে তারে আমি অল্প অল্প ভালোবেসেছি। So it is something like that.
I recall you when you were a student here in BHU. Then
yes,
I probably recall correctly that we have met that.
Yes, so definitely we have met.
Yes.
Because we are from BHU.
Same alma mater.
Exactly. So some or the other, somewhere we certainly have met, and we'll meet again and again.
Sure.
And we'll be in touch. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. हो गया ना, अब तो बंद करें.
I think for today's session we are now officially announced the end of today's session. So thank you and bye bye to everyone, and we are going to meet you tomorrow.